Hey there! With the help of React and Next.js, we are going to bring all AI models at one place inside the app where user can chat with all the models at a time. One app, one subscription, and user can use multiple AI models. Today, we are going to build AI multi-model application called AI Fusion Lab, where user can chat with a multiple model at the same time. With the help of React, Next.js and the power of AI, we are building this application completely from the scratch. This is a full stack application and we are going to build it by step, and we divided this complete course in a small chapters so that even if you are beginner is made for everyone who want to build an AI application. Now first we'll walk through the application and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. Over here you will see a multiple AI models available to chat. Some of the AI models are locked, okay, so you need to upgrade for that one. But before, in order to start a conversation with these AI models, you need to sign in to this app. We added the Google, Facebook and email password authentication. That also you are gonna learn how to add it. Once you sign in to the app, you will see you got a free 15 messages to use. These messages will renew every 24 hours. With the help of ArcJet, we are adding the rate limiting in order to prevent unauthorized user to access and to send message to the AI models. Obviously, if you wanna get unlimited access to this app, you have option to upgrade the plan for unlimited chat. Okay. Now, over here, you will see a different AI model like ChatGPT, Gemini, DeepSync. Obviously, there are many more options available. Now, some of the models are only available for upgrade, but some of the model are free to use. Now, from this model, you also have option to select a different model. Like from GPT, you can select the 5 Nano, 5 Mini, and also we added GPT-5, which is the latest version, and that is available for the premium user only. Okay. Now, once you select your favorite model from each of the main model, you can simply select it. And for example, I will select the light over here. From the DeepSync, there is only one free model, so I selected that. Now, simply send a message. So I will say hi, for example, and then send it. As soon as you send, you will see every AI model start responding for you at the same time. Pretty cool, right? And obviously, whichever you want, you can just open that one. But if you just want to talk with GPT, just you can hide all of them and only GPT will enable for you, and you can only talk with the GPT. Now if I send hello, only GPT model now will respond to your message. Pretty cool, right? And at the one application, you will get access to the all AI model. This is a SaaS application which you can build it and start your own business to make a real money. Now, we also have a upgrade plan option, and here we added the clerk billing subscription model. Without writing bunch of code in order to add a payment gateway, just one line of code can add this beautiful payment gateway into our application. Once you click subscribe, you have option over here to make a payment and join the subscription model. Also, each response is formatted as per the AI model's response, and over here you will find as soon as we start chatting with the AI model, your message count is decreased, and obviously it will renew it after 24 hours only. Over here you will find a chat history. Okay, so even though if you come tomorrow, you can go back to that particular chat and then you can start continue conversation. On the click of this new chat, you will jump to the new chat conversation. We also added the next theme. Okay, so over here you have the dark mode and the light mode for the app. Now, next, let's go to the profile setting where you will find a profile information, the customized chat AI model preference. From here you can enable and disable. Obviously, some of the model are only available for the paid users, and here you will find your plan information. Now in order to upgrade to any plan, simply click on this upgrade plan, subscribe to any of this plan, and then you can test it. Now once you subscribe to the any paid plan, you will see that free option is now gone, and now you have unlimited chart option. Over here you will find all of these charts are now enabled. For example, if you want to use this one, you can enable whichever you want and disable those you don't want to use it. Okay, now if I go to the setting, the UI will little bit change, and now you have option to enable all the paid AI models as well, because you are already a paid user. Pretty cool, right? Now all of this AI model integrating in a single app is a headache, but don't worry, because in this particular project I'm going to tell you the best way to integrate all of this AI model with a single API endpoint. With the help of Kravix Studio AI models, you can get access to all the AI models at a single API endpoint. And most interesting thing is free to use. You can access to all of this AI model for free of cost, guys. Okay, all the links needed for this project, all the resources is in the link is in the description, so you can click on it and check it out. Now let's talk about the tech stack. As you know that this is a React Next.js application, and we are using a Kravix AI in order to integrate all of these AI models. Okay. Then for the database, we are going to use Firebase database, free to use, and it's a real-time database. Now for rate limiting, I will definitely recommend you the ArcJet, which help us to secure your application by just few lines of code, and you can integrate a lot of different functionality like ArcJet Shield, rate limiting, bot protection, email validation, protect the sign up form, and many other features. Within just one click, you can add all of these features, and best thing is free to use. Also, in order to review our all the code, we are going to use a CodeRabbit. CodeRabbit is an AI platform to review your code once you push it to the GitHub account. Now, this complete project we divided into a small chapters, and for each chapter we are going to create a branch to push our code, and then CodeRabbit will take care of reviewing our code. If there is any bug, any problem, CodeRabbit will give you the suggestion and comment. It will comment on your code as well, so you can fix it and take a help of this CodeRabbit. So guys, if you are new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe to our channel, press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update. Share this video with your friends and family, and most important, press like button. If you want to get access to all the resources, source code, and all my exclusive courses, you will find it on tubegurji.com. Here you will get access to all the source courses, and you can join the TubeGurji membership as well. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop AI Fusion Lab. In this first chapter, we are going to create a Next.js application, and then we are going to run that application. Also, I'm going to walk through about the folders and file structure inside the Next.js app. So, Next.js is a React framework to develop the web application. It provides a lot of different features like React Server component, dynamic HTML streaming, client server rendering, and most important, the folders-based routing. So simply go to the folder where you want to create a project, open a terminal at that folder. Then simply we are going to type a command npx create next app at latest. Now at latest will install the latest version of Next.js application. But if you want to install any specific version, for example in this case we want to use 15.5.3 as a version, then click enter. Then say yes to proceed and give the application name. So here we'll say AI Fusion Lab. Then click enter. It will ask you, do you want to use a TypeScript? Say no, and then none to the linter. yes to the Tailwind CSS, so it will install the latest Tailwind CSS version, which is Tailwind CSS version 4. Then no to the source directory, yes to the app router, and no to the turbo pack, no to the import alias. And then here you will see it started installing some dependency like React, React DOM, Next, and the Tailwind CSS dev dependency as well. Once it is done, you will see our project is now created successfully. Now simply go to the VS Code. Inside the VS Code, we'll open a folder where we just created this project, and then in my case it is inside the Next.js AI Fusion Lab, and then open it. Here you need to say yes, I trust the author. And on the left hand side you will see some folders and file inside your project. Now let me walk through each of this folder and then we'll run our application very first time. The first very important folder, which is the app folder, which contain all our pages, components, routes, in which most of the code we are going to write inside this app folder. The very first file, which is a global CSS, which contain a globally applied CSS classes. Okay, so for example, if you see for the root, it applied the background color as a white, the foreground is kind of black, and so on. Once you install any UI component library, then Tailwind CSS also get added inside the global CSS. That I'm going to explain later on. Next file is a layout.js, which is very important file, which is always on the server side, but you can change it to client if you need. Over here you will see it uses these fonts, then metadata, which is quite important for the SEO purpose, and HTML body tag, through which you will see the children are getting rendered. Now all your pages, routes are going to render through this children. Okay. Then we have the page.js file, which is the default page of your application. Now once we run the application, you will get to know that this page is going to render very first time. After that, we have the node module folder, which contain all your packages and everything. Obviously we are not going to touch to this particular folder. Then we have the public folder, in which we are going to store all our images, assets, fonts. You can directly save it inside this public folder and directly use it inside your project. Now the quick example, if you see inside the public, we have this next.svg file. On the page you will see in order to show this particular image, you can directly access that image using slash and the file name. You don't need to provide a complete path. That's how the Next.js works. So you don't need to provide a complete path or mention at the top and then need to import it. That you can directly import by just mentioning the file name. After that, we have this next.config.njs file, which contains the configuration related to a Next.js application. Then we have package.json, which contain the name, version of your application, the script to run and build your application, and the dependency along with their version. If you see, in this case, we are using a React 19.1 version and Next.js 15.5.3, which is the latest version. The dev dependency like Tailwind CSS and Post CSS with a version 4. Okay, and then this package log.json is quite helpful when you want to maintain your package version, when you are pushing your code, sending to someone, then this package helps us to manage your version of your library. Okay, so this is all about our application folders and file. Now the next thing, simply go to the terminal, click new terminal. It will open the terminal inside your VS Code only. Okay, inside the terminal, simply type npm run dev command to run your application very first time. And over here you will see your application is running on a port localhost 3000. Simply open this URL inside the browser, and then you will see your default page is getting rendered. How cool, right? Now simply go to the app folder. Inside this app folder, go to the page.js, and then you will see whatever the code written inside this page.js is getting rendered on the screen. Now I'm going to remove all of this code and simply will add a div. Inside the div, we'll add h2 tag and we'll say subscribe to Tube Guruji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. Now let's save this one. As soon as we save, you will see it changes on the browser side, and now it's rendering the text called subscribe to Tube Guruji. And that's how you have to run your application very first time and you can make some small changes to verify that it's running smoothly. In this second chapter, we are going to mainly focus on installing an UI component library called ShadCN and the light and dark mode for our application. After that, we are going to create a GitHub repo in order to push our code to the GitHub at every stage and at every chapter, so that you can learn how to maintain the code versioning. And it's very important because in this particular project we are going through the proper IT standards. As soon as you make some changes, implement any feature, make sure to create a branch for that feature and then push your code to that particular branch. And then with the help of CodeRabbit, we are going to review our code with the help of AI. That is taking care by the CodeRabbit, so you don't need to worry about that. But obviously, at the end of each chapter, we are going to commit our all the code. Okay. Now, second chapter is nothing but to installing the ShadCN UI component library. So simply go to the ShadCN. I will put the link in the description if you don't know the URL, okay, or you can simply go to the ui.shadcn.com. Over here, go to the documentation. Make sure to select the correct framework. In our case, is Next.js. Then select the npm command and then copy this particular command. Then inside your terminal, I will add a new terminal and simply paste this command, which will initialize the ShadCN. Just proceed and say yes. After that, it will ask couple of questions. Then select the base color. So in this case, I will select, let's say, zinc, and then it will update your global CSS file, and that's all. Okay. Now once you set up with this one, let's go to this folder. Over here inside the global CSS file, you will see some changes. Over here it added some variables color, right? Obviously here you will see a color muted. Inside the root you will see a background color, card color, primary color, and many others. If you want to change the primary color or any color related to the ShadCN, simply you have to go to the global CSS, because Tailwind CSS does not maintain their own tailwind.config.ts file. Now everything is moved to the global CSS. After that, you will see the new file get added, which is a component.json, which contain a configuration related to the ShadCN. Okay. Now let's simply install ShadCN component, right? For example, you want to install or use a button component. Simply copy this command inside your terminal, simply paste it here, and then it will install that button component. As soon as you install that button component, you will see the new folder get created inside the root directory, which is a component folder. Inside that, you will see a button.jsx file. Cool, right? And here we have the button default code. Obviously you can modify it, you can customize it, but right now we'll keep everything as it is. Also, one more new folder get added, which is a lib folder. You don't need to worry about this lib folder, okay? So we'll ignore this for now. Obviously it is added by the ShadCN only. Now inside the page.js file, simply I'm going to add a button component. So over here we'll say a button and we'll add a text called subscribe. Okay. Now you might see this button with an unformatted one, right? It's not look good. It's a very default thing. Now that's because it's due to some cache issue. So what you have to do, go to the global.css file, simply remove the tw animate css and then save it. And if you see, now it's work. Again, you can revert that change, save it, and still you will see this change. Okay. Maybe that's because of cache issue. So you can just ignore that one by removing this line, and then you can add it again. And if you see now, ShadCN is get installed successfully and it's initialized. It means you can use any of the component from the ShadCN. Now the next thing in our point is to set up a dark theme. Now setting up the dark theme is quite easy. Simply we'll go to the ShadCN. Over here, make sure to select an option called dark mode. select the correct framework, and then you have to install this next theme command. Okay, so we'll copy this command, then go to the terminal and simply paste it here. So it will install the next theme for you. After that, you have to import this theme provider inside the theme provider, but in our case we are going to create a provider.ts file inside this app directory. So we'll create a provider.jsx file. Inside that JSX file, we'll add a default template by just typing RFCE, which is stand for React Functional Export Component. Now you might wonder how I got this template by default. So it's very simple. You have to install one VS Code extension, which is a React Redux snippet tool. Make sure to install this extension, or not this one, the ES7 plus React Redux. Okay, so which help us to add this kind of default template very easily. Also install one more extension which is called a Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, which help us to write the Tailwind classes much faster. I will show you the example in a moment. Now first you added this provider.jsx file, then I will just close this one. We have to import this statement, something like this. Okay, I think I forgot to copy that. Okay, and then you have to wrap your application inside this next theme provider. So copy everything as it is. Simply I will wrap it like this. Okay, and then save it. Now from this provider you have to accept these children and props and save it. Now once you added this provider, you have to go to the layout.js file. Simply wrap your children inside this provider. It means you are passing these children to this provider, and from the provider now it's getting rendered. So obviously once you have the children, you have to render those children and then save it. Now after that you have to pass few parameters to your next theme provider. So we'll copy this and simply add it over here. Now by default, if you see, it uses a system theme color. Okay, now if I go to our application, you will see my system color is a light mode. Now you might see this error. If I open this error, it's saying that it's a tree hydrated but some attribute of the server render HTML blah blah blah, right? So don't need to worry. Solution for this one is mentioned inside the shared CN document. So the best way you have to do is to add this suppress hydration warning. So go to the layout.js file. Over here you will see you have to just type suppress hydration warning, save it, and now you will not see that particular error. Okay, let's go to the provider.js and let me change this to a dark and then save it. Now if I refresh this, you will see it's changed to the dark theme. If I change back to the light one, you will see it's changed back to the light one as well. Okay, but the question is, I will revert back to the system, how we can change it from anywhere. So that's quite easy. Now let's go to the home, which is the default page. Inside this home, I will use this set theme is equal to use theme. Now this use theme hook is importing from the next theme. Okay, if you see this import statement, obviously we are using a hook. Whenever you are using hook, you have to mark this component on the client side. Okay, now once you have the theme, we will create a button, let's say dark mode, and I will create another button to change this to light mode. Okay, now on the click of this dark mode, so we'll say on click, we want to change this, we'll say set theme to dark. Okay, and whenever user click on the light mode, it will change this to light. So we'll pass a text called light. Okay, now if I change to dark, you will see it changed to dark. If I click on light, it will change the light. Cool, right? So that's how you can change the theme of your application. Straightforward and quite easy. No complication, no extra configuration, just you have to add the provider, and with the help of Next theme you can simply add this dark theme and light theme inside your app. So we completed setting up this dark theme. Now the next part is to create a GitHub repo. So we'll go to the github.com. If you don't have account on a GitHub, make sure to create one. Here we'll create a new repo. Inside that we'll provide a repo name. So we'll just add AI Fusion lab. Then you can add a description if you want. I will put the configuration as a public for now, and simply create this repo. Once you create this repo, you have to initialize it, and then you have to add the origin. So I will copy this. Simply we'll go back to our project. Inside the terminal we'll initialize this git. Once it is initialized, make sure to add the remote origin. Okay. Now after setting up this origin, we're going to set up this branch. Okay, so we'll copy this, go back to your project, and then simply set up this branch. So it's saying cannot rename the current branch while not on any. Let's try it again. So I just check out the main branch. Okay, and then we'll use this branch main. I think we are good, and if you want you can try to push to this main branch. Okay, right now if you see it's pushed everything to the main branch, but this is the default one, okay, which is the initial commit of our Next.js application. Now the next step is, for each chapter we are going to create a new branch, okay, to maintain our code. So simply, in order to create a new branch, go to this source control. Over here you will see these three dots, click on that, click branch, and then click create branch. Over here we'll add a chapter 2. We'll say install shad cyan and dark mode. Okay, and then click enter. So it will create a new branch. As soon as you create a new branch, it automatically gets checkout, and here you will see your branch name. So make sure it's getting display. Then in order to commit your changes, first click on this plus sign, then it will stage all the changes, then give the commit message. So we'll say install shad cyan and dark theme. Okay, and then simply commit this. As soon as you commit, you will see this button called publish branch, and then click on this publish branch. Then we'll go back to our application, inside the GitHub repo. You will see you have option to compare and to create a pull request. So click on this compare and create pull request, okay, for your branch. Over here you will see a title. If you want to add description, you can add it, but I'm going to tell you the best way to do it. You don't need to add a description by your own. AI will take care of it, and in a moment I'm going to tell you how. And simply create this pull request. Once you create this pull request, you have option to merge this pull request. So whatever code you added, you will see that the previous code and the new code which you committed, right, the difference between it. And obviously someone need to review this code, whether it's correct or not, right? In the IT companies, obviously once you raise the code review PR, then other developer used to review the code, and everything is good, then he used to approve it, then only you can merge your code into a main branch. But obviously you don't have any other developer to review your code. But what if I told you there is a tool called AI reviewer which can review your code? And let me introduce the CodeRabbit. I will put the link in the description. You can check that out. So CodeRabbit is an AI platform to review your code, which will help us to remove the bug, everything. And CodeRabbit not only review your code, but it also help us to write a documentation line by line, review your code, give you the suggestion, and many other feature. It also document all the context in the different integrated application as well. So simply click the link in the description, create a new account, and then log in to the CodeRabbit. Make sure to log in with a GitHub, because it automatically connect your account with a GitHub. So I will click GitHub to sign in. Once you connect this GitHub repo, you will see on the dashboard you have option to connect your repo. So here just search AI Fusion Lab, and then select it. Once you select, obviously currently I enable this one, so it will show it as enable. Okay, after enable you don't need to do anything. Okay, it automatically connect CodeRabbit with the GitHub repo. And now over here, if I go to my conversation, you will see that CodeRabbit started reviewing my code. Okay, obviously you have option to check, or you want to merge that particular code, you have option to merge that code as well. But CodeRabbit also write a summary for your all the changes. As I told you, you don't need to worry about your description. CodeRabbit will take care of that one. Currently, I think it is in pending status. If you see this text saying CodeRabbit waiting for the status to be reported, review is in progress. CodeRabbit is reviewing your code and give you the suggestion if there is any problem, any error, depends on all your project code. Okay, obviously if you do the spelling mistake, if you did not write a correct code, or if you want if AI think that you can optimize that particular code, CodeRabbit will help you to do that, and everything is taken care by the CodeRabbit. So that's how easy it is. Not only that, but there is one more feature that they are recently introduced called MCP integration. So simply go to this integration. Inside this integration, you will see this MCP server, right? And also issue tracking by CI/CD pipeline, which you can directly connect with a Jira, Liner, or Circle CI, okay, to plan and track your all the release with the help of CodeRabbit. With this MCP server, which is quite helpful to document all your code context, okay, whatever the review is happen, you can connect that directly with the Notion, Liner, GitHub Copilot, Asana, Sentry, and there are many other tool that you will find inside this integration. In my case, I connected with the Notion. Okay, here you will see what are the permission we provided, and in Notion you will see that everything is getting saved about your all the code context and everything. Okay, so that's how easy it is. Whenever you push your code, it start running and checking your code review, so in the background, so you don't need to wait to finish that one. And this particular step is completely an optional, so it's up to you whether you want to perform or not. But as a IT based standard, I will definitely suggest you to try this CodeRabbit and review your code at every step, at every chapter, whenever you make some changes in your code. Okay, so we're done with all of these things. If you have any question, any doubt related to this installing this ChatCN dark mode and setting him up the CodeRabbit for the code review, let me know in the comment section. Now after reviewing the code, you will see over here it added some walkthrough, all the changes happened to this particular commit. You don't need to add, obviously CodeRabbit added everything along with this sequence diagram, the estimated code review effort, everything you will see into your GitHub PR. Okay, now also it suggested some commit message, okay, like color schema and everything, but these particular things are added by ChatCN defaultly, okay, obviously, so that we are not going to make any change. But if you think that you can betterly update some changes, you can definitely make that change and then commit your all the changes again. Once everything is done, you will see all the check have passed, so we'll completely merge this, so we'll say confirm merge. Once you merge this particular branch, then it will added all your code into the master branch, or we can call it as a main branch. Okay, and here now all the code is in your main branch. Okay, now whenever you want to create a new branch, again you have to follow the same step to create a new branch and then make the changes and add it to your that particular main branch. Okay, so that's all guys. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to implement the sidebar. For the sidebar, obviously we need to add a ChatCN sidebar which can collapse and open on the click of button. Then on the sidebar we want to add logo at the top, the menu options, the footer, and push code to the GitHub at the end once we implement this sidebar. Okay, and then with the help of CodeRabbit we are also going to review our code. So simply first go to the ChatCN, Inside this chat scene, search for the sidebar. Now this is the Shatsion sidebar component which you need to install first, and then after installation you need to add this global CSS styling as well. So copy this npm command inside the terminal. I will paste it. Next you need to copy this global CSS, and that you need to add to the global CSS file. So inside the app we have global CSS. At the end I will add this code. Now in this code, if you see, it has a root which is the default color and the dark mode color as well. So let's save this one. The next step is understand the sidebar structure. If you carefully observe, for the sidebar we have this complete layout. Then at the top it uses this sidebar header. For the middle section where you want to show the menu, okay, which is the scrollable area, which is nothing but the sidebar content and sidebar group, and then at the end we have this sidebar footer. Okay, now the same structure obviously we are going to follow, but first inside the layout.tsx file you need to wrap your application under this sidebar provider. So we'll copy this, go to the layout.jsx file inside here, or maybe go to the provider, that's better because we are already using this provider. I'm going to add this sidebar provider inside this next theme provider, okay, something like this. Now make sure to import this sidebar provider as well. Then you need to add the app sidebar. Obviously we don't have that component yet where we are going to implement the sidebar, but this sidebar trigger quite helpful to close and open the sidebar. So this sidebar trigger I'm going to add and then save it, as simple as that. Now inside this app folder we are going to create a new folder called components. So all the components related to this home page or which we are going to share across the application, we are going to store under this underscore component folder. Now when we give the name starting with the underscore, it means this is not a route, okay. So Next.js automatically will not consider this folder as a route. Otherwise, if you give the folder name just like components, then Next.js consider that as a route, okay. Now inside this folder, let's create app sidebar.jsx file, and inside this we'll add a default template. Over here you need to import all of these sidebar. So let's copy everything and I will replace the existing code with the code which we copied, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, let me refresh it. Here you will see the trigger, okay, but obviously we need to import this app sidebar under the provider.js file. So make sure inside the provider you will import this app sidebar, okay, and then save it. As soon as you save, you will see the app sidebar over here, right? Now obviously I have option to close it or open it. Currently we don't have any data to this sidebar because we are just showing the component. Now let's implement each component one by one. So let me go to this documentation. Over here under the canvas, this is how our layout will look like. On the left we have the sidebar and on the right we have the layout, okay, the main layout on where we are going to implement the multiple AI models. This is the state when user is not signed in to our application. At the top we are going to add the logo. This button particularly we are going to use for the toggle purpose, okay. Then button to create a new chat, and then under this chat section, obviously if user is not logged in we are going to show this message, otherwise we are going to show the chat history. And at the end, which is the footer, which contain a button to sign in, otherwise we are going to replace it with the remaining credits, okay, that we are going to implement once user is signed in, as well as the profile section. User can go to this profile and upgrade the plan. So this is how it looks like. Now simply obviously we are going to divide this complete sidebar in different components. So this is the sidebar header, this is the sidebar content, and then this is the sidebar footer, okay. So that's how we need to implement. Now first, in order to add a logo, just search on a Google, say logo placeholder. So this is the SVG placeholder you will find, okay. Just open this untitled UI, you will find a bunch of different placeholders. Okay, you can select the one which you like it. So in my case, I'm going to select this one. Okay, so I will copy this, just click on it, it will copy the SVG code. Then go back to your application. Inside the public folder, we are going to create a logo.svg file and simply paste the code and then save it. So that's how you have to uh, add the logo SVG. Okay, but if you have your own logo, you can directly save it inside your public folder. Now let's go to the app sidebar. Inside here, I will just add this sidebar header like this. Inside this, we'll add an image with a source, close this tag, and then we'll say /logo.svg. Under the alt tag, we'll say logo. Width, we'll say 60, height to 60, and then we are also going to add class name with the width, let's say 40 pixel, and height to 40 pixel. And if I save this one, this is how the logo will look like. Now obviously I will wrap this in a div tag, and then I'm going to add a text called AI Fusion. Now to this, we'll add a class, we'll say font bold and text to Excel. Now let's bring both these element in one line. So for this div, we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, and gap to let's say 3. Perfect, something like this. Now we'll also add some padding. So let's wrap this in another div, and for this div, we'll add a class name padding to 3. Perfect. Now the next thing, we want to add this particular toggle, right? Now in order to add, we are going to add another div. Inside this, we'll add a button. Okay, and inside this button, we are going to add a sun icon. So let's say sun. Okay, and this is how it looks like. Let me bring this side by side so it will be easy for you to understand. Okay, and after adding this one, we want that in a one line, but before that, we don't want the button in this particular format. So for this button, I will add a variant and will simply say a ghost. Okay, now this button has many variant. Obviously it is imported by the chat.cn. Okay, but you can see the different variant like default, destructive, outline, and you can add your own variant as well. Now obviously this button, we need to switch it depends on the theme. So we need to get a theme information. So over here we'll say constant theme comma set theme, and this particular variables and state we are need to import from the use theme. Now this use theme we are importing from the next theme. So if you see, it's imported from the next theme, which will restructurize the theme into a theme and the set theme in order to set the theme and to get the value. Now over here I will simply add if theme is equal to light, then I will show this particular button. Okay, otherwise I will add one more button, and here we'll say dark, or sorry, obviously here we need to add the moon icon. So we'll add a moon icon first. Okay, and this will show only when it switches to dark. So right now we are using the use theme as a React hook. So basically we need to mark this component as a client. Okay, so just write at the top use client. Now next, if the theme is equal to light, because that's what we mentioned, right, then we are going to show the sun button, otherwise the moon button. Now let's add on click event. So over here we'll say on click, and then we'll set the theme to dark when user click on this sun icon. Okay, and I will copy this variant as well as on click to our another button, and here we'll say a light. Okay, it's kind of toggling, and save it. Now if I click on this one, you will see it changed to light and dark. I think there is some weird this need to be a light spelling, you have to enter correctly. And now if you see, this is dark, this is light. Okay, now it switch on the click of this toggle. Perfect. Now let's bring everything in one line. So for this parent div, I'm going to add a flex, justify between item to be in the center. See, okay, as per our mockup design. Perfect. Now next we have this new chart button that we want to add. So inside the header only, okay, let's add one more div for this one, or let's me just, okay, yeah, it's better to add a div, and instead of giving padding to this div, we can give it to the parent div, and then we're gonna simply add a button here. We're gonna mention it as a plus new chart and then save it. Okay, now for this button, let's add a margin top to 7, then we'll also set a width to be full and then save it, something like this. I think that's pretty good. If you want, you can change the size. So here you can mention the size for the button to large, and little bit it will change the size. Now the next part is to display this chart section that we are going to show it inside this sidebar group. Okay, we just want one sidebar group, so I will remove one and will keep only one inside this sidebar content. Now inside the sidebar group, I will add an h2 tag. Here we'll say chart. Let's add a class name. Here we'll say font bold, text larger. Then for this sidebar group, you can add a padding to 3. Now currently user is not signed in, so I'm going to simply show some default text. So we'll say sign in to start chatting with multiple AI model. Now for this p tag, we'll add a class name, text smaller, text of gray color, let's say 400, and then save it. Make sure when you click dark mode or change the dark mode, that text is still visible. Okay. Then after implementing this, obviously we want to add a footer now. So inside the footer, let's open this footer, and inside here we'll simply add a div tag. Then we'll add a button, and here we'll say sign in / sign up. Then for this button, we'll add a class name. We'll say width to full, and also we'll change the size to large. Okay, and if you see, it's showing at the bottom. Now obviously I'm going to add a padding to 3 and then margin bottom to 10, something like this. I think it's better we can add the padding, instead of giving padding to the sidebar group, we can wrap this in a div and then we can add padding over here. Okay, so all the padding is now aligned with each other. And if I extend this, this is how it looks like. Okay, so this is our default state when user is not signed in to our application for the sidebar. Now next part is simply we are going to push this code, so we need to create a new branch for it. So simply go to the VS Code, under this source control, you need to go to these 3 dots, create a new branch. Okay, and you can name it as a sidebar, then click enter. So make sure at the bottom you will see this sidebar. Okay, then you have to add all of these files. So say stage changes, give the commit message, sidebar added, and then simply click commit. Once you commit, you have to make sure to publish this branch, and then obviously you have option to create a pull request from here. Okay, if you click on this one, you have option directly to create a pull request, or you can go back to this GitHub. Here you will see an option to create a pull request. Just say compare, and then you will see that where you want to merge. So you can merge these sidebar changes to directly main. Okay, now you can add a description if you want, and then simply create a pull request. In some time, obviously CodeRabbit will start running behind the scene, and it will start looking and giving the comments for your code. Okay, over here if you see, currently the CodeRabbit is waiting for the status to be reported and review is in progress. If CodeRabbit think, okay, this code you can optimize better way, or this is not the correct, some variable is not correct, you have spelled something, then CodeRabbit help you or he can add the comment on your particular code. Now once everything is done, simply you have to merge this pull request. In this chapter, we are going to implement the layout in which we are going to add a chart input box, header, the default sign-in screen which is an optional, and then at the end we are going to push our code to the GitHub, and then with the help of CodeRabbit it will automatically review it. Now let's go to the canvas, and this is how it look like, okay, at very first stage when user is not signed in. In this chapter we are just going to implement this chart input box and the header, but later on we need to implement these multiple AI models, so that when you ask anything to the AI model, it will show you answer for each of them, okay. But mainly we are going to implement the header and this chart input. So let's go back to our application. Inside this we are going to create a new file. We'll call it as a app header.jsx. Now let's add a default template and then save it. Now inside the provider we're gonna add this app header, something like this. Now we want this app header throughout the application, so that's the reason we are adding inside the provider. Now we don't want this sidebar trigger over here. Instead of that, we are going to add to this sidebar header, okay. Make sure to import this and then save it. Now for this div, we'll add a class name with a padding 3 and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, this is how it look like. See. Now let's go to this page.js because we don't want this content, so I will remove everything from here and then save it. Inside the app header, we need to give a width full and some shadow. Also inside the provider.js, now for this app header, we'll move to inside this div because we can provide width to full, okay. And then let's go back to this app header where we are going to add a button to sign in. Obviously this button only visible when the user is not authenticated, otherwise obviously we are going to show a user profile image. Let's save everything, and over here let's make it flex, and then I will say justify between with item to be in the center. And if I go back to our application, this is how it look like. See, now if I change this mode to dark, still the header is visible perfectly, okay. And here this is trigger which is working quite good. Now next we want to add a chart input box. So for that one, obviously I'm going to create a component, so we'll say chart input box dot jsx. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now this chart input box you need to add inside the page.js because this is our default page. Now let's go to the chart input box. Inside here we'll add a div. This div is contains the page content, okay. So I will name like this, and then we want to add a fix chart input. Now over here we'll add a div. Inside this div we'll add another div, and then we'll add input of type text. Over here we'll add a placeholder, and inside that we can say ask me anything. Then we'll add some class name. So over here we'll say class name, we'll say border 0 and outline none, okay, because we don't want any outline. Let's save it, and if you see this text input showing on the screen. Now for this particular div we'll add a class name and we'll make this as a fix. Then we want at the bottom, so we'll say bottom to 0, then left to 0, we'll say width to be full, and then we want in the center of the screen, so we'll say justify center with a padding x to 4 and padding bottom to 4 as well. Now for this particular div, we can simply add width to full inside the class name. We'll say width to full, and we also want to add a border, so we'll say border with a rounded to, let's say, XL. Okay, we'll add a little bit of shadow, so we'll say shadow small, only let's make it medium. Okay, and then save it. Now here I will give a maximum width to, let's say, 2XL, and then save it. Now if I refresh the screen, obviously that input box going to the left. Okay, and we also need to add some padding, so we'll add padding to 4. So let's do one thing. So for this particular div, we'll add a class name, and here I will make this as a relative with minimum height to screen. I think here we forgot to add it as a flex, and now if you see, it is the center of the screen. Okay, and here we have this sidebar as well. Perfect. Now along with this one, I also want to add the input, some menu options. So if I go to the mockup, you will see this attach button and this send button as well. So over here, add a div. Inside the div, we'll add a button, and inside this button, we'll add a paper clip to attach. Oh, I hope we have this paper clip. Okay, yeah. And to this, we'll add a class name with height to 5, width to 5. And for this button, I will add a class name with a ghost. Let's add a variant first to ghost, and we'll say size to icon, and then save it. So this is how it looks like. Okay, obviously for this div, we'll add a margin top to, let's say, 5, so some space, make it 3. Then we'll add a div because we want to add 2 more button on the right side. So over here, one button I will say mic, and another button we want for to send the message. Then for this button, we'll add the same variant and the size. So I will copy that and I will paste it for this mic and for this send icon as well, and then save it. Now we want that in one line, so we'll make it flex, and we'll say justify between item to be in the center, and that's how it looks. Now for this button, instead of ghost, I will just keep as it is. See, okay, and also don't forget to give some gap, so we'll say flex gap to 5. Now you can change this button to match the color, it's up to you. Okay, so over here for this button, I will add a class name and we'll say background to, let's say, blue 600. Perfect. Or make it purple if that we want to match. I think blue is quite near to this particular logo color. Okay, but you can change it and you can add the hex code as well. And if I switch this, if you see, this is how it look like when it's a dark mode and the light mode. Now next, if you see, we need to add this AI model columns. Okay, inside this AI model columns, you will see that we have this image of that particular model. Then in the drop down, you will see the model name, which you can select it, and this toggle basically used to collapse and uncollapse this particular model. Okay, so if you don't want to get answer for this model, you can just uncollapse this one. Okay, and only those you can open it. There are some models obviously that is only available if you upgrade the plan, because this is a SaaS application. We are going to add a subscription pricing model, and those model is only available if you pay for it. So this particular functionality we need to add. Now if you carefully observe, we need to get image, the model name, and lot of other things, and that's the reason I created this object list which contain the model name, the icon, whether it's a premium or not, and then sub model as well. Okay, So simply copy all of this code, then we'll go back to our application. Inside the root directory, we are going to create a shared folder, and then we create AI model list.jsx. Now inside that, simply paste this list. I will remove this code from top and bottom and then save it. Now carefully observe, if you see it has a model name, the icon, obviously this icon we need to add inside the public folder, whether that premium or not, and you can by default whether it's enabled or not. So everything is mentioned along with the sub model, and obviously we need to add the ID. Okay, that ID we will add later on, but make sure to add it inside your AI model list. Now for images, let's go to the link in the description, click on it, you will get the free assets. Go to this public folder, and here you will find all of the images. Okay, so select those which you want. For example, in this case we want all of this icon, right? So oh, I think I forgot to select, or what. Let me select it again, and I think that's all we needed, and simply download it, or you can download everything. Once you download it, you will download it in the zip file. Just open it, copy all of these icons, go to the public folder and paste it here. Once you have all of this, then it means we are set up with this icon. Now let's create a new component called AI multi-model.jsx. Inside this, we'll add a default template. This particular component you need to add inside the chat input box, because we already have. If you observe our UI, just above this one we need to add those, right? So that's the reason we are going to add inside this chat input box called AI. I think let's save this one, and here I will add it as a AI multi-models. I don't know why it's not getting exported, but let's export manually. So here we say import from AI multi-models and then save it. Now make sure on the UI side you will see this component is getting rendered. Next, let's go to this AI multi-models, and for this div I will give we'll make it flex, and we'll also make flex 1, and I will give some specified height, let's say 65 vertical height. Okay, and then we'll add a border bottom for it. Then I'm going to iterate those AI model list, but I'm going to save that AI model inside a state called AI model list, comma set AI model list is equal to use state, and here I will use this AI model list. Let's import those models. So we'll say import AI model list, just make sure the name is correct, from, and then we'll say here it's inside the shared, we have this AI model list. I don't think so we need this. Okay, we can use it like the AI model list. Okay, now once you have this AI model list, you can just iterate those. So here we'll say AI model list dot map, we'll say model comma index and the arrow function. Inside this arrow function, first we'll define a div. Okay, inside the div, if you observe carefully this mockup, at the top section we have this header section, so let's implement that first. So we'll add a div again, and then here we'll say image, because first we want to show a logo. So we'll say model dot icon. Okay, here inside the alt tag I will say model dot name, or we'll say model dot model for the name. Okay, and let's give some width and height. So we'll say width of 24, height of 24, and then save it. For this div I will give key as an index and then save it. Now if you see, all the model list or icon is getting displayed. Perfect. Then we also want to show the list of submodels, right? So for that one, we'll say model dot submodel, and oh, so here we'll say map. But before that, actually we need to implement a drop down. So let's go to the chat CN, and for the chat CN just search for the select component. Okay, so this is how we want the drop down. So I'll copy this npm command and let's paste it here, and then we'll copy this import statement as well. Let me import it with the sudo. It's due to permission issue in my MacBook. And then I will import these select statements and then copy this as well. Okay, now next, after adding this one, obviously you need to iterate this all AI models. So over here we say models dot submodel dot map. Here we say submodel comma index and the arrow function. Inside this, obviously just want to show a selected item, so I will add this, and over here we'll say submodel dot, or just submodel dot name, I believe, and here as well we'll say submodel dot name. Okay, obviously we don't need this one, so I will remove that, and here we'll say key as a index. Now after this, let's test this out. So if I go back to our application, this is how it looks like. Okay, now the default value is showing as a theme, which is the nothing but the placeholder. Obviously we are going to replace with an actual name or a first name of the model. So over here we'll say model dot submodel of 0 dot name, and then save it. If you see, the default model name, it comes at the top. Perfect. Now let's add some style. So basically for this div, we'll add a class name. We'll make it flex with the item to be in the center and then gap to 4. Then after that, for this top div, we'll make it class name. We'll make it flex, okay, with the width to the full and then item to be in the center. Because we also want to add a switch, okay, on the right side. I think I will remove this item center for now, and let's go to the chat CN to add a switch. Just search for the component called switch. Now this switch component is just used to toggle on and off, and that's what we want. So I will copy this npm command, and inside the new terminal I will just paste it. Then once it is installed, you can simply use that. So maybe we can add inside the div something like this, and then here we'll add a switch. Okay, and then save it. Over here if you see, now we have the switch. Now let's go to this width, and for this one we'll say make flex width full and item to be in the center, justify between. Okay, so if you see, now we have this toggle as well. Now we need to give some specific weight for each of this model. Basically we can wrap this in one more div because we want to give a specific weight, and then to this div we'll add a class name. Then we'll make it flex with a flex column, and we also add a border right for each of them. We'll say height to full, okay, and we want overflow auto, and then save it. Now in order to give specific width, let's say you want to give a 300 pixel, and that's how it looked like. Okay, let's make it 400 for now, and I can able to scroll this one as well. See, now for this one I'm also going to add a border. So basically this is the top section. So over here we can add a border to bottom, okay, and then we also add some padding. Let's say padding to 4, and that's good, but it's going behind this one. Maybe the width is not perfectly. Now here I will make this minimum width to 400, okay, something like this. And now if you see, we have this toggle and then the drop down as well to select the any specific model. Not only that, but I can able to scroll it smoothly, okay, perfect. Now whenever I disable this one, right now obviously its default state is disabled, but we need to make sure its default state is enabled. So let's fix that first. So for this switch, you need to add a check field, and over here we'll say model dot enable. Okay, now by default everything is enabled. See, next thing, if I click on this button, okay, when I disable this one, I have to make sure this particular model automatically get collapsed. So basically, for on the click of this switch, we need to add on check change method, and over here obviously it will return whether it's true or false, and then we need to call a method. So I will write a method over here. We'll say constant on toggle change, and this will obviously accept the model, okay, which model and the value. So this particular method I'm going to call over here with the model dot model name and then the value with the v. Now inside this, obviously we already have this model list. We need to just filter this out and set the value. So here we'll say AI model list with the previous value, and then over here we'll say previous dot map with the m, okay, with the model, and then we'll say m dot model is equal to model. So here we can set a model ID as well, or we can set a model. That's not a big deal because that's what we refer. Then we'll say all the value, and then enable is nothing but the value, and then add otherwise the model, okay, so whatever the model we have. Now simply what we are doing, on the click of this toggle, we'll check if the model is matches, then only we are changing the enable value, whatever the value we pass for that particular model. Otherwise we are setting the model as it is, and we are updating this existing state, okay. Now whenever the model is true, obviously we need to hide this select. So over here we'll say model dot enable, then only we want to show this drop down, otherwise not, okay. Now if I go back to our application, if I switch it, you will see that select is gone. Cool, right? Also for this drop down, I just observed that we can set some specific height. So maybe for this div we can say a height to 50 pixel, the minimum height, right? So let's make it little bit, let's say 70, okay, for all of them. Now even though if I switch it, you will see the height not change. Perfect. Now obviously along with this one, we want to remove this drop down and we want to open a different, or we want to replace it with the different one. So over here we'll say model dot enable, if it's true then show the switch, otherwise I want to show this message square icon, okay. Now on this message square icon, obviously I will add on click event, okay, and I will again call on toggle change because we want to show it as an open one, but every time the value I'm going to pass it as a true, okay. So if I see, if I click on this, it means it is enabled. If I disable it, it's completely hiding it, but this particular chart obviously make it enable, okay, every time. Next thing, we want to collapse it. It means we need to change this width. So dynamically we need to change it. So over here I will wrap this in a curly braces in order to add a condition inside the class name, okay. Now over here we'll add a condition and it will say if model dot enable is true, then we are going to make it flex 1 and minimum width to 400 pixel, okay. It means we don't need this one. Otherwise we just want to show a width to 100 pixel, okay. So whenever it disable, it will show a width 100 pixel. If I disable this one, okay, it's completely gone actually. So that's where currently it's getting hide. So basically we need to add a flex none for this condition. If width is 100 pixel, make flex none. Now if I refresh it and switch any of this, you will see that particular model is now collapsed. If I open it, it's open again, something like this. Perfect, right? So that's how you need to add it. And obviously you can turn off any one of them. See, so I hope you understand that how easily we added this column for the multiple models. Now next thing, for those model which is a premium, for example, as per our object list which we define inside this AI model list, some model are premium model. For example, this Grok is a premium model, right? So we need to show some kind of button to upgrade to unlock, so that user can know that this model is a premium only. So basically, if you scroll down little bit, after this div, let's add a div again. Inside this, we'll add a button and we'll say upgrade to unlock. Okay, now if I save this one, let me, okay, so right now it's adding at the right side. Obviously we forgot we need to add inside this div. Okay, and now if you see, it's showing, but we have to make sure this particular button only visible for the model which is a premium. Okay, and the model is enabled, so then only we need to show this button. Right now if you see, only for those it's showing this button. For example, DeepSeek is a premium, so that's why it's showing. But if I expand this one, obviously this is not, but we need to update the list. Now make sure it is center of the screen. So over here we'll make it flex item to be in the center and justify center. Let's see how it looks. Here let's try to make height to full, and now if you see, it is center of the screen. Also over here I will add a lock icon. Perfect. And inside the list I'm gonna make this Llama as a premium, the core as a premium, Grok premium, and DeepSync I will make it premium as a false, so that if I refresh it, you will see for these three model you can enable, but in order to use these three model you have to upgrade to unlock it. Okay, now let's push all the changes to the GitHub. So obviously we'll go to the source control, we'll create a new branch and we'll name it as 4 dot layout. Okay, and then click enter. Once you click enter, you have to make sure it displaying at the bottom that you are on the layout branch. Then stage all the changes. So click on this plus sign, so it will stage all the changes and give the commit message. So here we'll say added layout and multi model and simply say commit. Once you commit, don't forget to publish the branch. Then we'll go to the GitHub, and then here you will get this button to create a pull request. Click on it and then create the pull request, and rest you have to just wait to finish the CodeRabbit review process, and after that you can simply merge the pull request. Okay, so that's how simple it is. In this chapter, we are going to set up a database for our application. So for that one, we are going to use a Firebase. So first we'll create a Firebase project. Then we are going to set up a Firebase Firestore into our application as our database. And then we are going to configure to the project. Also at the end, we are going to push our code to the GitHub and it will review with the help of CodeRabbit. So simply go to the Firebase, and inside this Firebase, if you don't have an account, create a new account. The most interesting part about the Firebase is a NoSQL database and it's free to use. So simply create account if you don't have, then go to the console, select the project, or you can create a new project. I will select the existing one, and then inside this existing project you can add a new application. So here you will find an option called add app. Then select a web and give the application name. So in this case we'll say AI Fusion Lab. Simply register the application and then you will get the Firebase SDK with the configuration. Over here you need to install the Firebase. So simply go back to your application. Inside the terminal, simply install this. After installing the Firebase, you also need to add this configuration. So copy this configuration. Then inside the root directory, I'm going to create a new folder called config. And all the config are related to our application we can keep inside this config folder. Inside this, we'll create a Firebase dot, or we'll say Firebase config.js, and then paste the code which you copied. You don't need analytics, so I will remove that. Now over here, if you see, we have this Firebase initialization, and in that we have this API key. I will just move this API key inside the .env file. If you don't have the .env file, make sure to create one using the .env, and then here we'll say Firebase underscore API key, and then simply paste it. Or you can even use this next public, okay, if you want to use this on the client side. Once you add, you need to refer over here. So it means you can easily secure this Firebase API key. Same thing we have to do for all other, okay. After that, you need to initialize the Firebase storage. So here we'll say constant db is equal to get firestore, and then you need to provide an app reference. So now this this get firestore, you need to import it. So we'll say import get firestore from Firebase / firestore, and then save it. Make sure to export this DB reference so that you can use throughout the application. Now let's go back to this Firebase console and then click continue to console. Now if you don't see the Firebase database option over here, go to the build and then we'll find this Firebase database option. Just simply click. Now in my case, I already have two databases created, but I'm going to add a new database. Inside here, click standard edition, click next and give the database ID. So here we'll say AI Fusion Lab. Make sure it's in a small case and no special characters. Select the location which is the nearest to you. So in my case, I will select this one, the South Carolina, which is nearest to me, and then click next. Over here, I will start in the test mode and then simply click create. And then you will see your database is now ready to use. Over here, you can add a collection. Under the rules, make sure you will add some future dates, okay? And once you update this, click to publish. Also, in the indexes, you can add indexes and you can check the uses under the users tab. Now, as we created a multiple database, and if you see I have the default, then I have another two. But once you create a multiple database other than the default, you have to mention that database ID inside this get firestore. So over here, you need to write AI Fusion app, the same ID which you gave. See, the AI Fusion Lab. Okay, the same ID you have to give it so that it will refer to this particular firestore database. And that's how your Firebase configuration is now ready to use. Now obviously, once we add the authentication and wanted to save the user information, then we'll learn how easily we can use this Firebase DB to insert the record, to get the documents, and to make CRUD operation on that particular collection and the document through this Firebase DB. Now for the setup, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now once we set up the Firebase config, the last thing, obviously we need to push these changes. So I will go to the source control. Here we'll create a new branch and we'll say 5.firebase, or we'll just say database setup. Click enter. Make sure at the end, at the bottom, you have this database setup branch activated. Add all the changes and then we'll give the commit message. So here we'll say Firebase DB setup. Click commit and then publish the branch. As soon as you publish the branch, go to your project and then create a pull request. Once you create the pull request, you have to wait to finish the CodeRabbit code review, and then once everything looks good, then you can simply merge your code. But make sure don't forget to merge your code back, because that is very important. Then only your code will be available into the main branch. Now it's time to add an authentication. In this chapter, we're gonna learn how we can add an email password authentication, Gmail authentication, and then we need to save information to our database. After that, we are also going to update our sidebar with a footer with showing the credit usage with the help of progress bar. And at the end, we are going to push our code to the GitHub. Now, in order to implement this authentication, we are going to use a clerk authentication. Adding an authentication with a different SDK is quite headache, but with the help of Clerk, you can easily integrate an authentication at one place, where you can add a multiple type of authentication like multi-factor authentication, session management, email, SMS, one-time passcode, and the social sign-on like Gmail, Facebook, Outlook, and there are many others social sign-on. You can easily add it. Also, not only that, but you can also add a clerk billing. Clerk recently introduced the subscription billing feature, in where you can easily integrate the payment gateway with the help of Clerk within just one line of code, and that also we are going to see how we are going to add in this particular course. But first thing first, simply click the link in the description and then you will jump onto this Clerk website, create a new account if you don't have, and then go to the dashboard. Here you need to create a new application in order to add a clerk authentication. So I have option here to create an application. Then I will give the application name. It's up to you which sign-on method you want. Just enable that, and whichever you like, you can just enable it. Okay. On the right hand side, you will see the actual preview. With the help of clerk component, you can easily add this UI. You don't need to build it from the scratch, and simply click create application. After that, it will redirect you to this page where you can integrate Clerk SDK. Now make sure to select a Next.js, then you have to install this Clerk Next.js SDK into your Next.js application. So inside the terminal, I will simply paste this code and then make sure to install it. Then you have to set up this Clerk API key. So simply copy both this API key, go to the .env file and paste this key. After that, you need to add this middleware.ts file. This is very powerful feature inside the Next.js application which help us to protect your routes. So I will copy this. Obviously, you need to create this middleware.js file. So copy the file name first inside the root directory. We need to add that, and then I will copy all of this content and will paste it here as it is. Then you need to wrap your application inside the clerk provider. So over here, if you see inside the layout file, so go to the root layout. Over here, simply wrap your application inside the clerk provider. Okay. Now make sure to import this clerk provider from the clerk/Next.js, and then you can run the application. Now obviously we want to implement our own sign in and sign up method. So you can continue to the Next.js guide, and here you will learn how you can implement your own sign in and sign up page. There is another way that you can implement it. First, let's save everything. Now, if you know that on the click some and some website, you will see the pop-up to sign in, and same thing you can implement using the clerk. Simply go to the app sidebar. That's where we have this sign in button. So if I go to our app over here, on the click of this sign in button, it should open a pop-up. Okay. So I will wrap this button inside this sign in button. Make sure it is importing from the clerk, something like this, and then simply save it. To this sign in button, you can provide a mode, and in the mode you can say the model and then save it. Now if I click on this sign in button, See, you will see the mock pop-up message. So over here, boom, if you see, we have this beautiful sign in pop-up where you can sign in with a Facebook, Google or email password as well. You can even sign up or sign in, it's up to you. Okay, and that's how you can implement this clerk login with the help of sign in button. Now let's simply sign in. So I will select the Google account to sign in. And once you successfully sign into our application, it will redirect to this home screen. See, okay, but still this sign in button is showing. Obviously when user is sign in, we don't want to show this sign in button. So in order to check whether he is login or not, you can simply use this use user hook from the clerk Next.js. Okay, so make sure to import this hook and then you can check whether user is available or not. So simply I'm gonna add a condition. If there is a no user, it means user is not signed into our application, then show the sign in button. Otherwise we can show the user profile icon. So over here I will add a div tag, and inside the div tag we'll add a user icon, and then here we'll say setting. So if I go back, this is how it look like. Let me wrap this inside the h2 tag so that we can simply add, or let's don't add this justify between, just will add gap to 5, something like this. See, or you can wrap this in a button, that will be easy actually. So even though you did not give gap, that's completely fine, but I will provide a variant as ghost, and then I will also give width to full. Okay, something like this. Then I also wanted to show the progress bar and option to upgrade uh, the plan. So just above this one I'm going to add a button. So let's wrap this again in a div tag. Over here we'll add a button and we'll say we'll add a bolt icon saying upgrade plan. Okay, and for this button obviously I will add a width to be full and margin bottom to 3. See, something like this. Here I will change this icon to zap because I want kind of bold icon, something like this. Perfect. And just above this one we wanted to add a progress bar. So for this one I'm going to create a component, the separate component, we can call it as a usage credit progress dot jsx, and then add a default template. Now this component I'm going to import over here, and inside this component if I go over here, first I will say free plan. So basically we're going to show a plan name over here, and then in p tag we can show 1 of 0 of 5 message used. Okay, so obviously this information also we are going to fetch later on, and the most important, we need to show a progress bar. Now from the chat the search for the progress component, I will copy this and make sure to import this component inside the terminal, paste the command, and then in order to use it you have to use this progress and then provide the value between 0 and 100. Okay, so right now obviously it's 0, so I will show 0, but for testing purpose let me show you how it looks. So I added some value over here. Obviously we need to import this progress bar. See, okay, now for this div I will add a class name. First we'll add a padding to 3, then border rounded to 2xl, and then margin bottom to 5. Perfect. Then we can make this uh, over here actually let's add some style. So we'll say font bold, text Excel, then class name text gray, and we'll make it flex column and gap to 2. Okay, so some space between all of these three value. And now if you see, we have this beautiful progress bar, okay, which show that how many messages are left. Also, when user click on new chat and user is not signed in, it means we have to make sure user will authenticate first. So basically, we'll go to the app sidebar where we have this add new chat button, and over here, so not this one, the new chat. So basically, we'll check if user is there, then simply show the button. Otherwise, I will add sign in button, and inside this I will add this button called sign in button again, okay, and then save it. Perfect. And obviously we don't want to show this text anymore, so over here we'll say if user is not there, then only show this text. See, now user is there, that's why it's not showing any content, and right now we don't have any chat information to show it as a history, so that's the reason it's showing blank. Okay, and on the click of new chat, obviously it will start a new chat as well. That's logic we will implement later on. Now the most important part is to save the user information to our database, okay, because we already added the clerk email password authentication, Gmail auth, we also updated the sidebar with the footer, we also display the credit use, but we are only for remains with the information to save. Now in order to save the information, we're gonna use the logic or implement the logic inside the provider.js. So simply inside here we'll say constant create new user and then add it here. Now in order to implement, first we need to get the user information that you can get it from the use user hook, okay. Then inside this create new user, we'll check, so we'll say constant user reference is equal to doc, we'll define a user reference, then we'll say db, that db information we are importing from the Firebase config, and then we'll check if user is already exist inside this user collection, okay. And over here obviously we want to pass user dot primary email address as a document, okay. Let me close this so it will be easy for us to explain. Now first obviously here we'll check if user exists, okay, and if not then insert, as simple as that. Now obviously this is a document reference and that's how you have to define inside the Firebase. Now we'll get the document, so we can say doc snap is equal to await get doc. Now make sure to import this from the Firebase config, and then we'll say user reference, so pass this user reference as we are using await, so mark this as async. Now the condition is if user snap, over here we'll say user snap, so user snap dot exist, if there is any document it means user is already exist, and I will just console this, we'll say existing user, okay, and we'll return nothing because we are not doing anything, any action on this one, right. Else means if the doc user snap is not exist, so inside the else condition we want to save that user information, so we'll say constant user data, and obviously we want to save the user name, so we can get it from the user dot full name, then email user dot primary email address dot email address, then if you want to save image URL you can save it, that's not a big thing, but you can also save created at new date when this user joined, and then the credits, okay. Obviously it's a free user, so we are just giving a 5 message, and Here we'll say plan, so here we'll say free, and then save it. Over here, instead of credits, we can say remaining message. Okay, and credits obviously we can just add as a, I don't know, but well, let's add as 1,000. Okay, and then save it. Now this remaining message is used for the free user only, so here we say only for free users. Okay, and this credit is used for uh, paid user, so obviously that you will understand later on once we add that. Now once you have the user data information, now we need to add it, so simply we'll say await set doc, pass the user reference, and then we'll say user data which you want to save, as simple as that. And if you want, you can say inside the console new user data saved, and that's all you need to do. Okay, so I think that's all. Now you have to call this method as soon as you have the user information inside the use effect. So once user information is available, then only you need to call. So here we say if user is there, then only call this create new user method. Okay, it will call every time, so that's the reason we are checking first if user is already exist or not. Now let's save everything. Let's go back to our application. As we are using the React hooks, so obviously this provider you need to set as a client, so mark this as a use client and then refresh this screen. So right now we are getting error that sign in button. Let's go to this app sidebar, and inside this app sidebar we are getting error over here. Oh, so we don't need to pass this colon, I think that's the reason. And now if you see, nothing happened, but if I go to this Firestore database just to verify that the user is now get added with the collection name as a user, the document is nothing but the what records. Okay, and this is the document ID because it's the email is unique for each user, so we keep as a document ID, and these are the information which we save. Pretty cool, right? So that's how guys you have to save the user information once user is signed in to our application. Now if you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. One last important thing we need to update inside the app header. As we have this sign in button, you can remove this because anyway it's not visible over here. Also once we have all the setup ready, you need to push your code to the GitHub, so we'll create a new branch again. Okay, as you know that this is an optional things, it's up to you whether you want to create or not, but it's always good practice to save your data and information or code to the GitHub. So I will name as a 6 point authentication, click enter, then stage all the files, give the commit message. So here we'll say clerk authentication added, updated footer, and then commit the changes, publish the branch, and then from the GitHub you can just create the pull request. Okay, and then once you create the pull request, all the documentation, everything is now taken care by the CodeRabbit, so you don't need to worry. And once it is done, simply don't forget to merge your pull request. In this chapter, we are going to learn how we can add a limit for a free user and for the paid user as well. Obviously, we are building the SaaS application, and for the SaaS application, obviously there are certain limit which user can use our application. Now for the free user, we are going to limit the user up to 5 messages daily. After that, next day it automatically get access to the extra 5 message and so on. But for the paid user, we are giving a credits for the next 30 days. So let me walk through the complete workflow how we are putting a limit. But basically in this chapter we are going to set up an ArcJet which help us to limit the token and messages. Then we'll at the end we'll push all our code to the GitHub. Now let's go to this workflow. Now there are two types of user. One is a free user and other is a paid user. For the free user, we are allowing user to enter only 5 messages daily. Okay, and with the help of ArcJet, after 24 hours, user can, or not user but ArcJet can help us to add 5 more messages into their bucket so that they can use the 5 message daily, right? This bucket which contain the number of messages, and once users start using it, automatically it get detected from this bucket. And ArcJet is quite easy to integrate that, which I'm going to show you in a moment. Now for the paid user, obviously the limit for the bucket and credit is 30 days. With the help of ArcJet, we will check if the after 30 days we need to add tokens or credits to their bucket, right? Obviously we need to mention how many tokens and bucket we need to add, and then user can use it. Now let me go to the ArcJet. I will put the link in the description so you can go and check this ArcJet. ArcJet provide a bot detection, rate limiting, email validation, and attack protection, which help us to secure our application from unauthorized user. Okay, and it's very easy to integrate. If you see, there are different features that ArcJet provide. The most popular is a rate limiting, the bot protection, email validation as well. Now simply you have to go to the documentation. I will put the link in the description. On the documentation on the left side you will see a different feature, right? Now in this particular chapter we're gonna implement the rate limiting. So click on the quick start guide, and then the first thing you need to install this ArcJet. So copy this command, go back to your project inside the VS Code. I will enter this or install this ArcJet SDK. Then you need to create a free account on ArcJet. So let's make sure to create account, and then you need to add this ArcJet key, which you can get it from the ArcJet, and as I told you, it's free to use. So simply log in. Here you have option to add a new site, give the site name, and then simply click create. Once you create this, you will find this ArcJet key. Simply copy that, go to your .env file, and then paste it here. Okay, now this key is very important. Obviously we need to give the environment name. I will keep the environment name same, like ArcJet, and then save it. After that you need to create an API endpoint. This is the best way to test this out. Okay, now if you see this description, that it's saying that maximum capacity of the bucket is only 10 tokens and it will refill 5 tokens every 10 seconds, and now this is for the testing purpose. So first I will copy this ArcJet initialization. Okay, and let's go back to our application. Inside the config folder I'm gonna add ArcJet.js file and we'll paste it here. Now this is for the initialization purpose. Okay, and we're already passing this ArcJet, and let me explain you this all the ArcJet rule. Now ArcJet consists of bucket. Okay, now currently we are in the live mode, but you can even test with a dry run as well. And to this we need to provide a user ID, okay, which is the unique for each of the user. Then this bucket will refill 5 tokens for every interval. Now for in our case daily it will only add 5 tokens, and 1 token belong to 1 message. You can consider like that. And if user is paid user, then we can add tokens. Okay, then interval, obviously it mentioned as a seconds. So every 10 seconds it will refill 5 tokens, and then the capacity of bucket is again 10 only. Okay, so maximum you can add 10 tokens to this bucket. So this is the complete rule for the tokens. Obviously you will understand once we run this example. Now I will create a simple GET request. So obviously we need to create an endpoint. So in order to create an endpoint, simply go to the app folder. Here we'll create a folder called API. Inside this we'll create ArcJet test dot, or just test. Obviously this need to be a folder. So we'll create a folder called ArcJet test. Okay, and inside this we'll create a route.js. In that one simply paste the code which you copied which is the get request, and then save it. Now here the user ID is user123. Obviously we are protecting this route using this decision, using this AJ protect. Now make sure to import this AJ, which we are already imported, and then for each request we are deducting 5 token from the bucket. See, so here we deducting the 5 tokens, and if it's saying if decision is denied, it means there is a no token left inside your bucket, then it's saying too many requests and you cannot access it. But if there is a token remaining, then it will say the message hello world. Okay, now let's test this out. So over here you need to go to this API endpoint, and this is a get request, so you can simply check over here. So we say ArcJet -test, okay, and click enter. Okay, so this need to be an API, so here we say /API/ArcJet test. Here it's saying ArcJet is not defined, so inside this initialization obviously we forgot to import this ArcJet statement, so make sure to import from the ArcJet/next and then refresh it. I think we also need to define a token bucket. Perfect. And then okay, right now we are getting error. Let's see why. So inside the route we have the next response. We did not imported this next response, so make sure to import that too. And if you see, it's saying hello world. If I refresh within a 10-second, or maybe I already executed multiple times, I think. So right now it's saying too many requests. So you have to wait 10 seconds to refill it. And now if you see, it's saying hello world. See, again, it's saying too many requests. So that's how it works, right? But after 10 seconds, it will reload your bucket count. If you wait for 20 seconds, then it will reload with a 10 more token. Okay, now if I refresh, it's saying hello world, and again it's saying too many requests. So that's how help us to limit the user. Okay, now obviously our ArcJet is now set up, but once we added our API endpoint, then I'm going to show you actual use case of this ArcJet to protect your API route and limit the user. If you have any question, any doubt regarding this ArcJet, let me know in the comment section. This is very important, guys, for the SaaS application and to protect your API call from unauthorized user. So make sure to integrate this ArcJet. The link is in the description. In this chapter, we are mainly focusing on user selected AI models and saving the user preference. So first thing, obviously we need to group all the AI models. The first we wanted to show a free models and then premium models. If you see the mockup on the right hand side, this is how we want to group it. Okay, so first obviously we will show the free model, and the premium model will be the lock for the free user. Okay, as well as we also wanted to lock these AI models. Obviously we added this button, but we also make sure that user will not select this drop down. Okay, then after that we wanted to save the user selected models to our database. Then we want to share the selected model using the context on a different component. So for that obviously we are going to create a context. It will be easy to share the selected models as well, and we are getting the user setting from the Firebase as well, so that also we are going to save in a context, so that we'll get to know whether that user is paid or free. Then at the last we are going to push our code to the GitHub, and then it will review by the CodeRabbit. Now let's go back to our application, and inside this first I am gonna group all of these free and premium models. So go to the components, we are showing AI multi-models component. Inside this currently we are just displaying all these models, right, without any condition. So I'm gonna group this. So here we'll say select group, make sure to import this, and then I will wrap it like this. Over here I'm adding a select label, and inside the label we'll say free. Then over here we'll add a condition if model dot, or not model but sub model. So here we'll say sub model dot premium is equal to true. So I will just make sure inside our AI model list, so go to the AI model list where we have this sub model, and then we are showing whether the premium is for true and false, right? So that's what we are showing, and then we'll put and operator. If I save this one, you will see the free model. Okay, obviously we have some limited models, but I also updated the list. So simply copy that. So over here I updated the list with the ID, so I will copy all of these and I'm gonna paste it inside this AI model list. And then save it. Now if I go back over here, you will see, oh, let me refresh this. So over here obviously we need to make it false because this is a free model. Okay, and now if you see, we got a bunch of models as well. After that I'm going to add some style for this, and then I will copy this group again. I will paste it here, and instead of this free, now we'll show a premium model, and instead of this false, we'll make it true. Okay, so in this case, if you see, we have this free and premium model, and that's for all of this. See, perfect. Maybe over here we'll say padding x to 3. Okay, perfect. Now for the premium model, I also wanted to show a lock icon. So we can add a condition if submodel dot premium and we'll add this lock icon. Class name will say text, not text, but here we'll say height to 4 and width to 4, something like this. And don't forget to disable this model selection. So for this select item, I will add disable, and then we'll add a condition as well. But obviously we wanted to check whether user is a paid user or free user. That we will implement later on. But for now, we are implementing for the free user. So that's the reason we are disabling these options. Okay, and that is implemented for all of these AI models. Now the next thing is we need to pass the default model. Currently we are just showing the first model as a default one. This is the selected model. If you refresh it, you will see this selected model, but we need to save the user preference, and whenever user come back, we wanted to show the default value, right? So for that one, I already added the list of default value and the schema inside our eraser doc. So over here, if you see, added this default value. So copy this, all the default model. I'm gonna go to the shared folder, and inside this shared folder we'll create a new file called AI models.jsx. Inside this we'll paste this default value model. Maybe we can rename this to AI model shared and save it. Now this default value obviously we need to set. So let's go to the provider, or maybe we can create a context first. So you can create a context. Inside the context folder, we'll create a new folder called context. Inside this, we'll create AI selected model context.js, and then in order to create a context, we'll create export constant AI selected model context is equal to create context. Now this context is quite powerful. It's a React state management library which help us to share the data across some multiple components. Okay, so you don't need to pass from one component to other. Once you define, you can update and get the value from the context. Now once you define this, simply go to your provider.js and you need to wrap your application inside this model context. That because you can able to share the value across a multiple components. So over here we'll say AI selected model context dot provider. Here you need to provide a default value and make sure to wrap something like this, right? Now for default value, I'm going to define a context. We'll say constant AI selected models comma set AI selected models is equal to use state, and then the default value we already have. So that default model value I'm going to pass to this particular state. Now simply pass this value to this provider and then save it. As simple as that. Now whenever you want to use this context, you can simply use it. Okay, so let me show you how. Now let's go to this AI multi-model, because that's where we need to show a default value. Inside here we'll say constant, destructurize this context with this value, make sure this value is matches with our default state, and then here we'll say use context. Inside this you need to provide a context name. The context name is AI selected model context. Okay, now you already have this value, so simply we are going to show. Now if you observe this schema carefully, so let me go to the AI model shared. The schema field name has a name of the parent model name and then the model ID, which is the default model ID, right? So we have to make sure you will add the default value in the same way. Obviously if you see this placeholder, right, you can replace this placeholder. So we'll say AI selected models of model dot model ID. Okay, and then save it. Now if I refresh this screen, you will see the selected model is now 4.1 mini. Okay, but this is just a placeholder. Obviously you need to provide the default value as well. So over here for this select, you can add a default value is equal to and pass this value. And here if I refresh this screen, okay, I think it's not working, so somewhere we missed. So this is the AI selected model, that's good. And then we need to show we need to get that particular model. We got it from the model.model and then we are showing model ID. I will just check this field that is correct. Here after this one we also need to make sure we will pass the value to this selected item. We are passing the name, so we need to change this to ID because we are referring or passing the default value as ID only. Okay, and now if you see we are getting the default value, right, for each of this AI model. Cool, right? So that's how we have to pass a default value. Now whenever you just select any more option, we need to update this state so that it will reflect whenever you make the change. So for this select we'll add on value change, so it has a method and it will emit the value. Okay, and then we need to set it. So here we'll say on select value and then simply we are going to pass the model ID. So we'll say model dot model, this is the parent model that we are adding, and then the value, nothing but the actual model ID. Okay, over here we'll create a method called constant on select value and it will accept a parent model and the value. Then we already have this model defined, so we'll say AI selected models. Inside this we'll get all the previous value and then make sure to add those previous value, and then we need to update the model ID for that particular parent model. So over here I will write like this, so we'll say model ID with value. Okay, as simple as that, and then save it. So whenever I make the change, you will see it will get saved. Okay, so that's how you have to update. Now another important thing, whenever you make a change, you need to update to Firebase database, okay, for that particular user, so that we can save the user preference, and whenever user come back to our application, he can see the previous selected model as it is. So for that one, we'll simply define a document reference first, and obviously we are going to save the setting to the user's collection only. So here we'll say document reference, the doc, make sure you are inputting from the Firebase Firestore, then the DB reference, the collection name which is users, and the document name. So document name is nothing but the user email, so we need to get the user information using the hook, the use user hook, and over here we'll add user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, and once you define the document reference, you just need to set the await update document and then pass this document reference along with the value which you want to update. So here we'll simply going to add selected model preference. Okay, and then we'll pass this AI selected model. Over here I will make this as async and then save it. So that's how we have to save the preference. So let's test this out. So I will refresh the screen. Here I save this as nano flash, the deep sync, which is as it is. Okay, and as soon as you save it, I will go to this my collection for the document, and here you will see the models. See, and this is the model we selected, and that is get updated everywhere. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to save the user preference. The same way you also need to get it very first time when you load the application and then set to this to our context. So inside the provider, if you remember, we already getting the user information, right? Now inside this, whenever user is exist, then we are going to get the user info using the user snap dot data. Okay, and then we are going to set the AI selected models with the user info dot this particular field, which is selected model preference. As simple as it is, and then save it. Also, we wanted to show save the user information. For that one, you can create a context. So I'm going to create a context to save the user info. So here we'll say user detail context dot js, and then we'll add export constant user detail context is equal to create context. Once you add that, the same way you have to wrap your application inside that. So here we'll say user selected, or sorry, user detail context dot provider with some default value, and let's define a state to pass that default value. So over here we say constant user detail comma set user detail is equal to use state, and then I'm going to pass this value. Okay, and save it. And once we have the user information over here, obviously we will set this user detail with the user info, and over here as well, once user information is saved, we will set the user detail with the user data. Okay, because whenever user created that information, we also save it. Now until this point, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Now the next thing, whichever is the premium, we need to just disable that particular models. Okay, now to disable this all of these fields, right, simply we are going to use a same logic that we are already defined. So over here for this select only, let's add a disable field first. Let me just add disable, and we'll see. Okay, so if you see, now I cannot able to do it, but obviously we need to add a condition. So for that we'll say model dot premium, if it's true then it will disable. Now for this you can able to select the model, but for all other you cannot select because those are premium model. Okay, so guys, that's how you need to carefully implement the user selection and save that preference. That is very important. Now next, the end is to save this and push all your code to the GitHub. So we'll create a new branch, and we can rename this to save user models, user AI models. Then make sure you are check out with this branch, then stage all of these files and give the commit message. Something like this, and then simply commit. Publish the branch and once it is published, go to the GitHub and then create the pull request. Once you create the pull request, the CodeRabbit will automatically review your code, add all the documentation, all the changes to your file so that you will see all of the information. Okay. In this chapter, we are going to set up a multiple AI model API. And for that one, we are going to use a Kravix Studio Developers API for multiple model, which I'm going to explain in a moment. After that, once we set up the API endpoint, we're gonna test that API endpoint with the help of Postman, and then at the last, we'll push that code. So let's consider that user send a message on our platform. So we have this platform, right? And once user click on this send, we have expecting that each of this AI model will return the result, right? So obviously we have this API endpoint, and that API endpoint, obviously we need to call a ChatGPT API, Gemini, DeepSync, Llama, and many others. But integrating each of these API from different platform will be the headache, and there are a lot of bunch of code that you need to add it, like along with the API key. You need to pay for each of the service and a lot of other things. But what if you get all of these API AI model at one place? And that is possible with the help of Kravix Studio API. Kravix Studio will give you all the APIs AI model result at once. So you don't need to wait to finish one of them. You don't need any code implementation for each of the model, and it makes your life easier. And most important thing, Kravix Studio is free. So simply click the link in the description and then go to the kravixstudio.com. Here simply sign in to the Kravix Studio account. Now Kravix Studio is an AI short film generator platform where you can generate AI animated, realistic, cinematic, Ghibli style short film within just click. Not only that, but you can even create a short video for your social media. You can instantly create an AI advertise for images as well as video, and there are many more features you will find with the Kravix Studio. Kravix Studio is built for all the content creators, all the users, developer to build, to create the content and build the application. There are a lot of use cases you will find with the Kravix, and you can create this beautiful video with the help of Kravix with a consistent character, with a different video style throughout the video. And you can create up to 5 minutes of video at once. You don't need to enter prompt for each of the scene. You don't need to generate the image. You don't need to do anything. Kravix will do everything for you. Okay? And as I say, you can get the free credits with the Kravix Studio so that you can use it to test this application, or you can use it for your API. Now over here you will find an option called developer. Now obviously make sure to sign in to the Kravix Studio. It's free, and then go to the developer account. Over here you will see how many credits left. You also have the API documentation, and over here you will find an API key. Now if you don't see the API key, make sure to click on the create button and it will automatically create an API key for you. Simply copy this API key, go to the .env file, and here I will paste this API key. So we'll say Kravix Studio API key, okay, and then we'll paste it here. After that, simply go to the documentation, and this is the quick start guide. Now we already created the API key through this Kravix Studio. Then you need to install the npm Axios, which is the HTTP client library to make an API call. So over here we already installed Axios, but I will make sure that it is installed. Then this is the sample code that you can make a first request. Now on the left hand side you will see there are a bunch of different API endpoint is available. Currently the chat AI model and image generation is available to use it. The video generation and short film is under development, so soon it will be available. Now let's go to the chat AI model. Inside the chat AI model you will see a different kind of API AI models is available. For each of them you will see how many credits are required for 10k tokens, and there are a bunch of different endpoint. Obviously minimum 1 token it will cost, if even though the result is small. Okay, so that is very important to understand. Now whatever models you added, so if I go to our application and inside this AI model list, this model ID I just fetch from this Kravix Studio. So this model ID will matches with our model ID. Okay, so that's the reason. Make sure the model ID inside your project is correct. Okay, but obviously whatever you copy from our eraser doc will be the correct one, so you can use that one. But if it not works, make sure to check inside this Kravix Studio documentation. Now this is the endpoint to which you have to make a request, and to this endpoint you need to pass this parameter, your message, the AI model, which AI model you want to use. So you can select any AI model. For example, if I select this GPT 4.1 mini AI model, select it, it automatically update the code accordingly. Okay, so this is the fetch API call, or if you want to use Axios, you can use Axios. And if you see this AI model which we selected above, this model is updated with the output type, header, and all of this information. Okay, now simply I will copy this, and here you will find what are the request body parameter and whether it's required or not. Okay, so let's copy everything, then go back to your project. Inside this, under the API, we'll create a new folder and we'll call it as a AI multi model. Okay, inside this we'll create a route.js, and then simply I'm going to say export export async function, and this will be the post request, so we'll say post request. Now over here obviously we need to give first we'll paste the code. Okay, and obviously make sure you will import this statement above. Then obviously from the body request we need to get a model name, then the message which you want to pass, and then the parent model. Okay, this is very important, you will get to know why. And then here we'll say await request dot json, because from the body we need to get this parameter. Over here you don't need to make any change because this is the endpoint. Now instead of this message, if you see this message type, okay, so here we need to send a list of message with the role and the content, right? So I will replace this with the actual message. So we just have this message text. Then from the AI model, whichever AI model you want to pass, that model name you need to send. So here we'll send a model, and output type is completely optional, you can set it as a JSON. Then the header, if you see, we have to replace this with our own API key. So I will say process.env and then my API key. So just I will paste it here, something like this, and then save it. At the last, don't forget to return the result. So over here I will return the result like next response.json, right? But while returning the response, I will return the response.data. Okay, because inside when we get the result or response from there, I will get the response in this format. See, okay, so we'll get the AI response along with the all user assistant reply. Okay, so this is how it look like. The token use, the credit deducted, and the remaining credits. So all of this information we are getting. Now once we get this information, make sure to pass, but along with this one I will pass the model name. Okay, now for this model name I will pass it as a parent model. So because we get to know for which model I'm returning the response, whether it's a GPT, it's a Gemini, like that. So that model name we need to pass and then save it. Once we get this response, also here we make sure to update user token to Firebase. Okay, or maybe you can do it once we get the result on the client side. Okay, not necessarily you have to do on the API side, because we don't want to wait to get the or to send this response to the front end, right, from the backend API. So that's how you have to do it. Now let's save everything and let's test this out. So simply you can open any API testing application like Postman, okay, where you can test the API endpoint. Now inside this, first obviously this is our localhost 3000. So over here I will go to the postman and simply add this, and you need to provide the API endpoint, which is AI multi model. So here we'll say /API/AI multi model. Then you need to add authentication. So here we'll say bearer token and then pass the token, which is nothing but the API key. So I already have this API key from the Kravix. I will copy that and then I will pass it here. After that we need to pass a body. So here make sure it's a raw JSON, and inside this we need to pass a message. So this need to be a message, but the format of this message is something like this. So over here we'll say role. Obviously when user send the message we have to pass a role as a user, and the user input will be inside the content. Okay, so here we'll say hi. Then after that the next thing that we need to pass is the model name. So for the model name you can get that model name. For example, from the documentation, if I go to this chart AI model, you can get anything. I will use this 4.1 mini. So just copy this model name and pass it here. And the last field that you need to pass is the parent model. So in this case the parent model is GPT, right? And then just make a request. Also make sure it will be the post request. So change this get to the post and then make a request. Once you make the request, if you see we got the response. Over here in the response it's just saying hello, how can I assist you today? How many token used? That token number, the credit detected, which is only one credit detected, and the remaining credits. Okay, and which model we used. So in this case it's GPT. So that's how you need to make API call. Okay, once your API endpoint is set up, obviously here you can change with any model name. Let me show you one quick example. So let's say you want to use a DeepSync model, right? So you can use any DeepSync model. Once you select it, copy this AI model name and go to your postman and simply change it here. Over here don't forget to send the DeepSync and then send it, and boom, if you see we got the result. So if I say something like hi, how are you, or you obviously you can ask any question. Okay, it doesn't matter. So it's if you see the answer. Okay, so that's how guys you have to add this API endpoint. So if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Obviously make sure to join the Kravix Studio. With the help of Kravix Studio, once first thing you are getting this all the API AI's API completely for free, and second all the AI model is at one place, so you don't need to integrate all of this one by one. Now the last thing, obviously we need to push this code to the GitHub. So I will create a new branch for this one. So let's go to the branch, create a branch, and inside here we'll give as setup multiple AI model, or we can say setup Kravix Studio API. Okay, click enter, make sure it's check out over here, stage all the files and give the message for multiple AI models. Commit the changes, publish the branch, and then once you publish, make sure to create a pull request, and with the help of Kravix Studio you can easily integrate it. So I will create this pull request as well. Okay, and with the help of CodeRabbit CLI you can directly review your code with the help of command prompt. Currently, as I say, it available for the Mac OS, but you can check the link in the description for more details. Obviously you can integrate it with any third party AI model like Codex, Claude, Gemini, and with the help of CodeRabbit command you can easily review your code. Now in this chapter, we are going to mainly focus on sending the user message to the AI model, and then that API will return the multiple response from each of that AI models. And then at the last, we are going to display that result. Once everything is ready, obviously we'll push our code to the GitHub, and then in the next chapter, we're gonna learn how we can save all of the user and AI model, which is assistant's conversation, right? So whenever user come back, he can easily check it out. So let's go back to our application, and first thing we need to do is to go to the chat input box, because on the click of the when user enter the input, right, we need to get the user entered value. So over here I will add the event, and then in order to save the user entered value, we'll define a state called user input comma set user input is equal to use state. Then simply over here we'll call set user input with the event dot target dot value, as simple as that, and then save it. Now next important thing we need to do, obviously we need a state to hold the messages, and that messages we also want to display to the AI multi-models. Okay, so instead of passing that state to this AI model multi-model, we can use the context which we already created. So if I go to the provider, we can use this AI selected model context in order to share the all the messages. So I'm going to create a default state called messages comma set messages is equal to use state. Okay, and then I'm going to pass this default state to the same context. Now obviously you can pass a multiple states, something like this, and then save it. Okay, now let's go to the chat input, and over here I will get all of this value. Obviously I also need these AI selected models. Okay, so don't forget to copy those as well, and then paste it here. Over here we'll say use context and then AI selected model context. So that's how you have to do. Then we have to implement a logic on the click of this send button. Now the logic is a little bit complicated, guys, because we have to make sure for when user send a message, it should get the GPT's response, Gemini response, DeepSync, and many others, whichever user enable, right? And then we have to save that for the response for each of these AI model, and then we have to display the result. Obviously we also need to make sure we have to save the user input as well. Okay, and then we can show it in the form of message. So in order to avoid all of this, I already created a code for you, and I'm also sharing that code with you. Okay, so you can find the link in the description for this. Inside this eraser doc you will find this code, okay, which is the handle send. So first I will copy this and then I will explain. So inside the chat input box you have to copy and paste it. Don't forget to remove this code. Okay, and then save it. Now this handle send we are going to call on the click of this send button. So over here we'll say on click and simply call this handle send. Now very first thing, obviously we'll check if user input is not there, then don't call and it will return empty. Then the next method is to add a user message. Okay, so this basically add a user message with whichever user is entered, right? Now obviously that we need to add this user message for each of the AI model. So that's the reason I use these AI selected models, and then I'm using the for each loop in order to assign that user input to each of these AI models. Then I am make showing that I will remove all user input and setting it as empty. Next thing, I'm just iterating this AI selected model in order to set the loading first. Okay, once we iterate it, we are setting that loading state. Okay, so you can change this to, let's say, loading. Okay, some content, obviously some more parameter I'm passing like role, content, model, and loading. After that I'm simply calling API endpoint, which is API/AI model, which we already have, right? Okay, so I think here we have this multi model, so make sure to fix this. So our API endpoint is AI-multi-model, and then we have to pass each of this model ID along with the user input message and the parent model as well. Then whatever the result we get, which is the AI response and model, we need to set that inside our messages, but we have to make sure we'll remove the loading message because we don't want that, right? So we'll remove that message and then we'll set the AI response message. If we did not get any response, we can add the fallback message as well. Okay, something like this, error fetching in response, or over here as well if API returns some error message. Okay, so that's how you have to handle this handle send button. Obviously you will get this code inside our eraser doc. The link is in the description. Also over here we are using Axios HTTP client, so don't forget to import this Axios. Okay, so over here I imported this Axios and then save. Now before testing this one, we have to make sure that inside our AI model shared, right, we don't want a user to access this because this is the default state we added initially, but for free user we don't want to add this. Okay, that is only enable for the paid user. So either I can just commit this out. Okay, so it will be available in the source code, but I'm just commenting this and then save it. Now if you want to see the result, what we can do, we can simply add a use effect, and this use effect will execute whenever the messages are changed. Okay, so over here we'll say console.log messages and then save it. Now once you are on the app, make sure to open the inspect panel. Inside the console you can see the result, and you can also open a network tab. Here I will send as a hi, send it, and if you see, it's executed all the AI models. Okay, that is because we are already saving to our Firebase, and that's the reason it's showing as all are selected. But the most interesting thing, if I go to this console, you will see the response for each of this API model. So in this case, Cora, DeepSync, GPT, Gemini, Grok, and all of them, along with the user message and the role, the assistant or AI's response as well for our application. Okay, now obviously I don't want to return all of this, so I will delete this, and now next time it will only return on for these three. Oh, I got one error saying this model.model is not defined. So maybe that's because inside the provider we don't have this selected model reference, right? So here you can add a default one and save it. I don't know what we are, and now I think we don't have that error. Okay, now let's test this out. So we'll say hi, send this, and in this case if you see, we only got the result for the two. Okay, now for the DeepSeek you have the response, for the GPT we have little bit different response, and for Gemini as well we have the different response. Okay, pretty cool. Now obviously once we get this result into our messages, we need to display that. Okay, now let's go to our AI multi-models, because that's where we have this drop down, and below that we have to show a message list. So over here we'll say div. Okay, and just for the text here we'll say messages, save it, check over here, you will see these messages. Perfect. Okay, now obviously we need to get all the messages list. So in from the chat input box I will just copy this context as it is inside this AI multi-models as well, and I will remove this existing one and then save it. Now for the chart content, over here we already defined this div, right? I will add one more div, and inside this we'll iterate these messages. Now obviously we'll use a model.model, and then we'll map it. So we'll map with the m comma I and the arrow function. Then we'll define a div. Inside the div we need to add a conditional styling. Okay, So here we'll say class name. Over here we'll say padding to 2, rounded to let's say medium, and then we'll add a condition. If m.role means model.role, if matches with the user, then we wanted to add a background kind of blue, but I will add 100 only, and text blue to let's say 900, little bit darker. Okay, otherwise just show background gray to 100 and text gray to let's say 900, and then we already closed this tag. Now inside this div, if there is a, if role is equal to assistant, then we'll add a condition and then inside the span tag we need to add m.model, sorry, m.model. So this is a model, otherwise model dot model dot model. Okay, so we are just showing the model name over here, and then over here we can simply show the content. So over here we'll say m dot content, whichever content we have. Now obviously we need to style this one. So basically for this div I will add a flex to 1, padding to 4, and space vertically space, so we'll say space y to 2. Okay, and for the div we'll make it class name flex to 1, padding to 4, and then save it. Now if I go back, so this is how it look like, see. Okay, so here we have the user message and here we have the model message, but it's not correctly aligned. So let's see why. So maybe you can just use this h2 tag over here. Okay, and for this span tag I will add a class name, we'll say text smaller and text gray, so let's say 300. Perfect. And if you see this color, okay, if you want you can make little bit darker. Perfect. Obviously at the top we have the user message and then the assistant message. Now here we'll say how are you, and send this response, and then it's showing the user message, and then it was showing the loading state, right? And then we got the response. Now instead of this showing the loading state, you can show actual indicator, right? Now in order to add actual indicator, you have to check the content is text of loading, because over here if you remember we have the content loading, right? So basically I will add a condition, if m.content is equal to loading, then I will add a loader, and I will add a span tag. I will also add thinking as a text. Okay, obviously we need to wrap inside of one tag, and for this loader I will add animate spin. Perfect, and then save it. I think that's pretty good. Obviously we don't want to show this content at that time, so here we'll say if content dot loading is not there, then show the content. Let's save this one, and I will ask next question. Can you tell me who invent Google, right? And then send this, and if you see, now we have this beautiful loader, and then we got the response. As soon as response, we got it from the AI. Okay, and we got the result as well. Obviously this result is not formatted as we expected, so we'll format in a moment, but I hope you understand this complete thing. Okay, also I will just wrap this in a div so that we can bring in one line. And also if you observe, this input is not fully width, so for this chart input box, if I go to the input, I will add a class name with a width full. Okay, now here if you see the width is full, it look like the user inputs is not get null. Okay, it's not getting set as a null, but here I already did that. Okay, so even though we set at a null, but we have to set that value to this input. So over here we'll say value as user input. Okay, so that make sure to implement that, and I think we are pretty good shape. So here you can ask next question, who is Steve Jobs? Okay, and ask this question. Obviously for each of them, if you see it's thinking, and as soon as we have the result, it got the result and is returning the result as well. Gemini returns a very long result. That's very cool. Okay, now the next thing, obviously once we disable this one, we have to make sure we will not show the messages for this particular AI model. And also when we send a message and this particular model for example is disabled, then we should only call for API call to this two AI models only. Okay, so whichever is expanded uh, and which is enabled, for those we are going to make an AI model call. Okay, so go to the AI multi-model first. We'll hide the message for those AI model which is not enabled. So over here obviously this is a message list. So over here we'll say model dot enable. If it's true, then only we are going to show a message list. So this need to be outside. Oh, my bad. So over here we need to add a curly braces, save it and go back to your application. Now if you see I disable this one, now it's not showing the messages. If I disable this one as well, it will not show, but if I open it, obviously it will show the messages. Okay, so this is the one part. Second thing, obviously we need to uh, not to call the AI models, right? In order to do that, first we need to save the enable and disable functionality into our database inside our same selected model preference. So in order to do that, first I will go to the AI multi-model only, and here if you remember we have this on toggle change. Inside the all toggle change, obviously we are updating this set AI model list, but which work locally only. Okay, and every time when you refresh, it also get refreshed. So to fix this one, so you have to write set AI model, selected AI models. Over here we'll add a previous value, and then we'll simply say previous dot map with the model m and the arrow function. Over here we say if m dot model is equal to model, then inside the curly braces we add all the fields along with this enable value field. Okay, and inside after this we'll add m only. Okay, so whatever the value we have, so that's how you can set the model. Also inside our default state, so that's where we have the default state here as well. By default I will show enable as a true. Okay, so it will be easy, and then save it. Perfect. Now what it will do, it will check when you make an API call inside the chart input box. So if I go to the chart input box where we have this method, right, it inside the model info it will check if it is enabled or not. So maybe you can add a condition maybe over here only. So if model info dot enable, if it's enabled, then only call the API endpoint. I don't think so we need to call over here. Maybe we can add a condition and model info dot enable. Okay, if it's not there, then it will return nothing. Okay, so it will not go to and call that API endpoint. Now here are two important things that we need to update. The first, when we collapse any of this AI model, then we should not call that particular API endpoint when you are doing conversation with the AI models, right? Now in this case, if I collapse the DeepSync and the ChatGPT, then I should only call the Gemini API, which is the enable one, right? So in order to do that, let's go back to our application, and inside this AI multi-model where we have this on toggle change, right? Now on that one, obviously we need to update this AI model list. Oh, sorry, these AI selected models, because these AI selected models we are using in order over here in order to send a message and then make an API call, right? Here we can add a condition if the AI selected model is not enabled, then don't make an API call. So it's quite easy. So here you just need to add AI selected model, then the previous value we have to take it, and then obviously we will add all the previous value, and we want to update the model. So in this case, this model with the respective value. Now obviously this model we are sending is the parent model, so over here I will add as a parent, and then inside this we'll say dash 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 previous dot model. So obviously you want to add all the value from the previous. If it's not there, we'll put it empty, and we need to set the enable field as the value field, okay, whether it's a true or false. So that's how you need to add it, okay, as simple as that, and then save it. Obviously if you want to see the result, you can simply console this, and if I refresh this screen, go back to the inspect panel inside the console, if I disable this, okay, so right now if you see we got an error, it means something wrong. So over here is saying it's not a function, so let's see why. Oh, so this need to be this is incorrect, so by mistake I think for auto text get added, so just we need a dot 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 previous model, okay, nothing else. And now if I disable this, okay, we got the result, and over here you will see for GPT that we disable, right, and that's why it's showing enable false. For the Gemini it's a true, and for DeepSync is true. If I disable this Gemini as well, you will see now the Gemini as well disable, right? Now once you have this information, and obviously we are also that context is get updated automatically, then go to the chart input box where we are using this for each loop in order to make an API call. Before that, over here we can add a condition or, okay, and then we can simply say AI selected models of parent model dot enable is equal to false. We can just simply say is false, then don't go to the next line, okay, as simple as that. Also we don't want to send a user message, so that also you can implement over here, but let's test this out first. So I will refresh this, and now currently I'm going to disable the DeepSeek and the Gemini, sorry, GPT, and let's just keep the Gemini open. So here I will send hi message, and if you see, it's only now returning the response for the Gemini and not for the DeepSync. If you see, we just have the user message, but it did not return anything, because in this case it only call a Gemini API, right? And that's how you have to restrict the user, restrict the AI model in order to make an API call, depends on the user selection. But here still we are getting the user message over here, right? That also we can restrict. So inside this handle send only, before adding the information to this send message, inside this we can add a condition. So we can simply write if model info. So over here we'll say model, let me see what is the, I think here we also need to get a model info, and then we can say model info dot enable. If it's true, then only send a message. Maybe over here we need to add it, and then save it, and let's test this out. So in this case, let's disable the DeepSync and Gemini, and we'll keep a chat GPT. So say hi. If you see, now once you send hi, you got the message, but this message is not going to this two of the AI model, okay. I think, oh, so for GPT as well it's not showing, it means some weird thing. Let me quickly check. So over here, let me undo this one, and better we can simply use this AI selected model. The parent model is nothing but the model key dot enable, okay. So if that is enable, means if ChatGPT is enabled, then only it will allow us. Okay, I think this will work perfectly fine. Now I will disable this one. Let's disable DeepSeek and let's send hi message to this GPT. And if you see, now we got the user message as well as the GPT or AI response. And over here, oh, that's where it also showing for a Gemini. Maybe it's not saved, but DeepSeek it's not showing. I think let's try it again. So I will disable this one as well. Maybe sometimes I did not update the states, and if you see, now it's not showing. Perfect. So that's what we want. So that's how you have to add a condition, okay, so that it will only get a response from the enabled AI models. If you think it's a little bit complicated to do it, you can apply your own condition, or you can simply go to the tubegurji.com, where you will find an exclusive courses and the source code for each of my projects, and you can refer that project in order to build your own project. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now the next important part over here, that we want to format this text, okay, in proper format. If you see this star, it means nothing but a bold text or new line text and lot of other things. So obviously we need to format in a specific text formatting so that it will look properly when we are displaying on the screen. And in order to do the formatting, we are going to use this React Markdown component. Okay, so just copy this npm command. I will put the link in the description as well, or you can simply search React Markdown, install this npm package, and if you scroll down little bit, you will find the use case as well, how to use this React Markdown. Okay, don't forget to import this React Markdown and remark gfm import statement. Oh, I think I need to use sudo due to the permission issue. And then at the top, I'm gonna simply import those. Oh, I think we need to import inside this AI multi-model. That's where we are displaying the text. And then if you scroll down where you are displaying the content, over here we'll simply wrap inside the React Markdown. Okay, inside here I will keep my content, something like this. We don't need this h2 tag, and over here you need to pass a remark plugins. Okay, so over here inside that we'll say remark HGM, save it, and if I go back to our application, so over here is saying can't resolve remark GFM. I think we need to import that as well. Yep, we need this package to be imported, so I will just search this npm I will just copy that package and npm command and just simply paste it to a terminal. And once it is installed, you will see now is properly formatted with the bold text, proper alignment and everything. That's what we want. Okay, so that's how guys you have to fix this and format your text. Now before moving to the next chapter, one last important thing that we need to update is whenever we switch this particular or a disable enable in AI model, we have to make sure we will save it to our Firebase file store, right? So basically we'll go to the provider, and inside this provider we'll add a use effect, and this use effect will execute whenever there is a change in an AI selected models. Okay, actually you can keep it anywhere you want, okay, not necessary inside the provider only. And here we'll say if AI selected model is changes, then you have to simply update your document. Okay, now inside this AI selected models, we need to update our selection preference into database, and we already did it inside this AI multi-model when we select the value from the drop down. So whenever we select, obviously we are updating. So same logic I'm going to copy. So let's copy this. Obviously you can cut it from here, okay, and you can keep it at only one place inside this provider under the inside this use effect. Okay, or let's keep it simple. I will just create a method to update it. So over here we'll say constant update AI model selection preference, something like this. okay, and then here I will make this as async, then simply call this like, okay, and whenever we have a selected model, it will go inside this update AI model selection preference, and then it will update it. Now let's test this out. So right now if I disable these two, okay, obviously we are expecting to update it, but we got an error inside the console saying update doc is not defined. Obviously you need to import all of these things, so I think we did not import this update doc, so make sure to import it. And let me refresh it again. So I will now disable these two, and if I go to the database, you will see that GPT and Gemini is now updated to false, right? Now it's time to push our code, because we wanted to push all our code to the GitHub. So let's go back to our VS Code, and here inside this source control, I'm going to create a branch called create a branch, and over here we'll name it as AI multi-AI response, and then click enter. So this will create a new branch, then stage all your changes and simply commit this particular message. So here we'll say added multiple AI response, and then commit it. Then publish this branch, go to the GitHub in order to create a new endpoint. Now also I just wanted to inform you and show you this how CodeRabbit show added all the description for this example. In this example, if you see all the changes, it also added these files, what are the changes it added, the sequence diagram as well, and this estimated code effort, everything is added by the CodeRabbit. Okay, now I will go to this code for which we just we will create this pull request, for which we just push all the changes, and then once it is done, you can simply merge this code. Now it's time to save all user conversation and AI conversation into our database. Currently we are not saving any conversation. Obviously inside the Firebase we need to save that. So in this chapter we are going to mainly focus on saving the conversation chat messages into our database, fetch that messages and display it on the screen from the history section. Obviously we are going to show on the sidebar. Under that we are going to show all the chat messages, and after that we'll push code to the GitHub. Okay, so let's go back to our app, and first thing, obviously when you make any conversation we need to save it. So it's quite easy. Inside this chat input box, right, where we added this handle send method, so inside this we need to save all of these messages. So whenever the messages changes, okay, so already I have the use effect, at that time you just need to save the info. Okay, so over here I will create a method called constant save messages as a method, and inside this obviously this will be the async. Okay, and here we need to save it. Now we have to make sure when we are saving the messages, we will save with a unique ID for each of the chat session, right? Obviously we need to create a unique ID for it. So inside this chat input box, maybe we can create a constant. We'll say chat ID comma set chat ID is equal to use state. Okay, and when this component get load very first time only, then it will create a unique chat ID. Okay, obviously in order to generate a global chat ID, just add a package called UUID. Okay, now this is the npm package you will find over here, so make sure to add this package and it will generate a unique identifier like this. Okay, so I think let me add sudo npm I UUID, and then once it is installed, make sure to import this statement, and then you also need to copy this UUID4 in order to generate it. Okay, and once you have the chat ID on handle send, whenever messages changes, you can use this chat ID as your document ID. So here we'll create a document reference first. So we'll say a doc okay, and then we'll add a DB reference, then the collection name. So in this case we'll say a chart history, okay, and the document ID, okay, which is nothing but the chart ID, okay. So this is the collection name we are using, and this is the document ID we are using. Then we have to set constant, or obviously we need to set a doc, so we'll directly use await set doc, okay, from the Firebase Firestore, then the document reference and the field which you want to add. Now in this case I will also add a chart ID as a chart ID, and then the messages as messages, as simple as that, okay. Now this save messages, obviously we need to call whenever the messages are there, simply call this save messages. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So if I go back to our application, and once we send hi message, we'll say hi, send this one, okay. I think currently this is only enable, okay, but if I go over here and refresh this Firebase Firestore, then you will see a new collection get added called chart history. Inside that we have new document, and then we have chat ID. Under that we have the messages, and which is for the DeepSeek only, right? Obviously we have our database and the UI is not synced correctly, but if I open this one, let's save it, and I will just make sure that everything is enabled. Now if you see, all are true, okay. I will refresh this and now send a message hello, and now if you see, for each of the AI, that message is sent it out, and also we got the response back from the AI. Now if I go to this chart history, obviously it's a new document because we refresh it, right? So it considered as a new document every time. But over here now you will see, for the DeepSeek we have this information, for GPT we have this, and for Gemini as well we have, right? If you continue writing it, what is, let's say, Taj Mahal, okay, you are asking question and we send a message, obviously GPT, Gemini, DeepSeek will return the result one by one, and boom, if you see, we got the result, okay. Obviously Gemini give you big result with the proper formatting and everything, that's pretty cool. Now if I inside the database, if you see, we still have that same document, but now we have the new message and the response for each of them. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to do it. Now next thing, we need to show the chart history for this one. But one thing we forgot over here, that we need to make sure for which user we are saving, right? Here we need to save the user email as well. So there are a couple of ways that you can do it. Either you can create a nested document and the collection, okay, or you can even add a user email and then you can use a where clause, okay. So with the existing implementation, you can simply add a user email, okay, and then here you need to add user information. If you don't have user email, over here we need to get that using the use user hook, and simply I'm going to use it and save it as a user email, and we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. So what it will happen, so whenever you text it, right, let's text over here, say hello again, right? So every time now it will also save the, because we saved that message, but over here you will see the user email get updated. Cool, right? Let me delete everything and we'll start everything from the scratch. So you can delete the collection directly from the Firestore, okay, and then I will refresh the screen, and let's say hi now, okay. And inside the database, if I refresh this, you will see a brand new collection, chart history, and inside this chart history you also have the user email now, okay. Now obviously this user email we are going to use to fetch it for and we are going to display that chart history under this section. Now let's go to the app, not app sidebar, but obviously I think that is a good way, because that's where we wanted to show the chart history, right? So I will go to the app sidebar. Inside this we'll create a constant, we'll say get chart history, and obviously we already have the user email. Now here we need to write a query, so we'll say constant query is equal to query, make sure to import it, then the collection, right, from the Firebase Firestore, the DB reference and the collection name. So in this case is a chart history. Then we also need to add a where clause, because only for the particular user we want to fetch a chart history. So here we'll say user email is equal to, if you see we have different operator, and then the user email ID. So in this case is user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, now once we have the query ready, you can write a query snapshot is equal to await get docs. Okay, obviously we are fetching multiple documents, so we have to use get docs and then pass this query. Let's make this as async, and once you have that, you can write query snapshot dot for each document. You can just print this out for now, so we'll say console.log document.id as well as document.data. Okay, and we'll check whether we are getting this user chart history or not. Over here obviously we need to call this method, so we'll use the use effect, but we have to make sure this particular method only execute and use effect only execute when the user information is available. Okay, so that's the reason I execute this use effect when the user information is available, and also I'm checking if user information available, then only call this get chart history. Okay, let's save this and let's test this out. So if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, I will refresh the screen, and now over here inside this provider you will see that we have this document ID and the chart messages information as well. Pretty cool, right? Now once you have that one, then you have to save this in a state. So we'll say constant chart history comma set chart history is equal to use state, and then over here we'll say set chart history, we'll use the previous all the previous data, so we'll say previous information. Maybe we need to call something like this, so we'll say previous dot previous, and then inside this we also want to save a document ID as a, or we already have the chart ID, so you don't need a special document ID, you can simply save document dot data. Okay, that also pretty easy and straightforward. Now we have to just display it. Also I made sure that we also have the last updated message date. So inside this save message under the set doc, I added this last updated to the current timestamp. So later on we can convert it into a proper date format. Now inside the app sidebar, once we have the chart history, we just need to display that. So if I go over here under this sidebar group where we wanted to show chart messages, over here let's add a chart history dot map. Here we'll say chart comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a div. Okay, and inside this div we'll add a h2 tag. Now over here obviously we only want to fetch a last user message. Now if I go to the our chart history, right, over here if you see we already have the DeepSeek and everything, right, and everyone will send a different message. So better we can just get a last user question asked to the AI. So in order to get it, we need to write a method. Okay, so over here we'll create a new method called constant get last user message format from chart. So here we'll say from chart. Okay, and obviously it will accept a chart and the arrow function. Now inside this we'll say return charts dot map, and we'll say chart. Okay, because we want to return an object, so we'll say constant all messages is equal to object dot values, and inside this we'll say chart dot messages. Okay, because inside this we have the messages. Here we'll say flat. Then we need to filter the user message. So here we say constant user messages is equal to all messages dot filter, and we already have the role, right? So we'll say message dot role is equal to user. Then we'll get the last message, get the user messages, and in order to get a last user message, we'll just simply say user messages is equal to user messages dot length -1, and we just want message, so we'll say content. Okay, otherwise obviously it will return a null. Now once we have the user last message, we also want a last date, so here we'll say last updated is equal to chart dot last updated. Okay, otherwise it will return the current time. And then we need to format this one, so we'll say formatted date is equal to moment, and this library I am using because this is the very powerful library to format any date. So make sure to install this npm install moment library. Okay, so you can format any date in any format. So over here we'll say last updated dot format, and then here we'll say y dd, and or you can simply say from now as well. Okay, so from now, so it will return 20 second ago, 30 minutes ago, something like this. Once you are happy with all of this information, you can simply return the object. So here I will add a chart id as chart dot chart id, then the message as last user message, and the last updated as formatted date, or we'll say last message date. Okay, and then save it. Now once you have this one over here, you simply need to call this method. So inside the curly braces we'll say last, oh, I forgot the name of the method, so which is get user last message, and here don't forget to send a chart. For this div I will add key as an index and then save it. Okay, just one thing over here, obviously we don't want to iterate through the chart because we are only sending one chart at a time, so you don't need this mapping at all. So I will remove that, just we need all of messages and all. Okay, now once you save this one, when you call this get last user message from chart over here, obviously you need to only print a message and then save it. Once you save, you will see the last user message for the two different chart. Okay, now obviously we need to format this one properly. Just above this one I will also add one more h2 tag for updated date. So here we'll say last message date. Okay, now make it properly formatted. So over here for this one I will say text smaller and text gray 400, and for this one we'll say text class name text larger. Okay, then we'll give some padding, so we'll say class name margin top to 2, and if you want you can add a separator as well like hr tag. So over here we'll say hr some line, and over here as well we'll say margin y to 3, so some space. Okay, beautiful. Now whenever you hover on this one, so we'll add a hover effect. We'll just change a background gray to, let's say, little bit light 500. Okay, and also add some padding. I think it's better we can add it only for this h2 tag, so you can wrap it inside this h2 tag, and then you can move this padding on all for this div. Okay, something like this. We'll also make a cursor pointer and then save it, and after updating the style, this is how it look like. Okay, now on the click of this one, obviously we need to fetch the messages from that chart history. And one more thing, right now the message is smaller, but if you have longer message, make sure you will trim it. So basically for this h2 tag, you can add line clamp to 1, so it will only show one line. So for example, if I add any text or add a big message, or you can ask any question. So this is long message I added, so I send to the all this AI model, right? And once we get the response, obviously that chart, it will show under the chart history as well. And not only that, but if you see, the user message also gets saved to our database. And then once you refresh, you will see that message. Okay, right now it's showing invalid date. Maybe there is issue under while displaying the dates, but we'll figure it out. But for now, I hope you understand how we are clamping this particular line. Now on the click of this any of the message, we have to make sure we pass the chart ID along with the actual chart ID, right? This is the query parameter that we are passing, and depends on this particular param, we need to fetch the user message from the database. So first thing, obviously on the click of this, we will make sure we pass this query param. So simply go to the app sidebar where we have this div. Inside the div, we'll replace this with a link, okay, by passing this h reference, and then inside the h reference we'll just pass a chart id is equal to, and then chart dot chart id. Over here we'll say link and then close it. Now for example, if I go to the localhost and click on any of this option, you will see it's go to this chart id. Perfect. Now inside this AI multi-model, because that's where we are showing all these messages, right? Inside this, we need to get that chart id from the URL. So we'll say constant params is equal to use search params. Now this is the React hook, okay, which will get the parameter value, and then in order to get a chart id, we'll just say params dot get and pass this field name, which is the chart id, and that's how you will get the chart id. Right now I will cut it from here and I will paste it inside the chart input box, because inside the chart input box we are using this chart id, right? So better we can directly use it inside this. So I will paste it here, and inside this use effect, whenever the parameter changes, then over here we'll see if params dot get, make sure to import this use local search param. So here we'll say get chart id. Okay, so it means if we have the chart id, then we'll set this chart id as params dot get chart id. Otherwise we'll set brand new chart id, because that's if it's a new chart. Let's save this one. Okay, and if I click on this one, obviously if I click this one, you will see the chart id change immediately. Perfect. Now as soon as the chart id changes, we also want to make a call to get the messages, right? So I will write a method over here. We'll say constant get messages is equal to like this. Now these get messages we are going to call whenever we have the chart id over here. Okay, so we call this get messages, so it will call over here, and inside this we'll say constant document reference is equal to doc db, then the collection name, which is a chart history, and then we want to pass the document id. So in this case the document id is chart id. Okay, once we have the document id, we'll simply say constant doc snap is equal to await get doc, okay, from the Firebase Firestore, and then we'll say document reference. Now over here obviously we'll make this as async, and once we have doc snap, we can console this first to check. So we'll say doc snap dot data and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, inside the inspect panel, we'll observe whether we are getting a data or not, right? So basically if I click on this one, you will see we got the chart ID, and inside this we have the messages. So simply you need to set these messages using this docsnap.data. So here we say constant doc data is equal to docsnap.data, and then inside here we'll say doc data dot messages. Okay, and boom, if I click on this one, it will display that one. Obviously it's getting saved every time, so better we can set this messages empty, and when click on this one, then only we wanted to save it. So make sure to remove this set messages, because whenever you set message as empty, this user effect will get called and then it save the empty message. Okay, so you don't need this one. So make sure to remove that, and then under this get messages also make sure to pass this chart ID. Okay, over here instead of this I will say constant chart ID is equal to, and then we'll keep this one instead of writing this multiple times. Okay, so something like this, and then save it. So what it will happen once you pass this chart ID to this get messages, it will immediately pass it to the document reference, and then you will get the data. Now let's test this out. So I already added two new chart, and if you see, this is my default one. Okay, but if I open this one, it will open this one as well, and if I open this one, it will open that. Obviously if you want to create a new chart, you have to click this new chart button, and then you have to pass an empty value over here. Okay, or on the click of new chart, you can create own chart ID. Okay, so that is also another option. So go to the app sidebar, because that's where we have this new chart button, and either you can wrap this in a link tag with the h reference as a slash, and then something like this, oops, inside this column. Okay, now if I open this one, right, and I want to create a new chart, so just click on this new chart, and make sure if we have the new chart, it will not display this messages list. So better you can pass a unique identifier over here. Okay, so it will create a new chart with a new chart ID, but it's up to you how you want to handle this. So inside this chart input, maybe if user don't have the chart ID, we can just clean this off. So over here we'll set the messages as empty. Okay, so if I open this one 7 wonders and click new chart, it will start brand new chart, and here you can ask any question. Here we say want to learn React. Okay, and then send this message. Obviously our AI model is now working to get the data, and inside the database you will see the document get added. Perfect, right? Still Gemini is working. So Gemini written a lot of big record. Okay, and you got this error. It happens because if response not written by the Gemini, then you have to handle this particular state. So maybe let's go to this AI multi-model, and you can add a condition. So over here I will say if content is there, you don't need this actually, then only display. So if I go to this what is React, if you see, that's how it comes. Okay, and if I say hi message again, then it will give you the simple message. Perfect. So it means everything is working, and if I on the click of new chart, it open the new chart as well. So guys, until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now let's push all of this code. So we'll create a new branch to save this one. So here we say get chart history and display messages, and then I will stage all of this file with the similar commit message, and once you commit, make sure to publish it, and then you can simply create the PR. And make sure to wait to finish this PR, because if you have any issue, any error, then CodeRabbit will detect all your problem, okay, and it will add a comment if there is any issue. Now in this chapter we are going to update the token and the free trial messages. Obviously once user is a paid user, the user can do the conversation unlimited time, but for the free user we have to add a token limit, and also we need to make sure this token will renew after 24 hours. As we already integrated the ArcJet into our application, just we need to call that ArcJet protect method in order to check whether the user reach a limit or not, and if not, obviously we need to deduct the token from the ArcJet bucket. Okay, so we'll go back to our application, and also we have to make sure those tokens will update over here if user is on free plan. So simply first thing, I'm going to create an API endpoint. So over here we create an endpoint called limit or user messages, user remaining message, and then we'll call route.js. Inside this we'll say export async function, and we'll make this as a post request, and over here we'll just going to get the remaining token. Okay, so here I think we can make get request as well. Okay, it's up to you. Then if you remember this ArcJet test method which we did it, right, we'll copy everything as it is and we'll paste it here. Now for the user ID, so here we'll say constant user is equal to use client, I think await client, I forgot actually, this need to be a current client. Okay, so current user or current I think that's correct, current user, but here make sure you are importing from the server. Okay, and once you have this user with the current user, we need to provide a user ID. Now you can provide the user ID as user dot primary email address dot email address as the ID. Okay, and then here you are deducting 5 tokens. So instead of this one, I'm going to pass a 0 because I just want a decision and along with how many token is remaining. So in order to get the remaining token, you can get using the decision.reason.remaining. So over here I will just say constant remaining token is equal to decision.reason.remaining. Okay, and then in the return I will just say next response dot json, and we'll say remaining token as remaining token. Okay, as simple as that, and that's the reason I'm not deducting any value. Now inside this ArcJet, right now if you see, we are considered as a bucket and the bucket maximum capacity is 10, and every time we are going to deduct, or we are going to refill 5 tokens. Okay, so here instead of this bucket size, I'm going to change this bucket size to 5 only, and also make sure to update this interval with 8640, it means 24 hours. Okay, so after every 24 hours it will automatically update it, and the refill rate is 5, means after 24 hours it will update with the 5 more messages. Now let's save this one in ArcJet. Obviously right now we are just getting the remaining token and nothing else. Okay, now on this app sidebar, so first I will go to this app sidebar because we wanted to display the remaining tokens. So over here we'll create a method, so we'll say constant get remaining messages, we'll say token messages, and then we need to call that API endpoint. So we await axios dot post slash API slash user remaining message. Okay, now over here I will make this as async, and you can actually call a get request. Okay, so I will just make this a get request, and once you call this one I will just console it for now just to check whether we are getting the result or not. Now we need to call this get remaining tokens inside this use effect, okay, whenever the user information is available. Now if I go back, I will refresh the screen, also go to the inspect panel inside the console. So let me clean this out and refresh it. So right now we are getting error 500 error. Okay, so let's see the console. So whenever you get a 500 error through the endpoint, make sure to check this. So that's because if you see it's saying AJ means ArcJet is not defined. We forgot to import this, so make sure to import this AJ, save it, and then refresh it. And now in this case, if you see, we got the data, and inside the data it's showing remaining token. Beautiful, right? So it means we got the data. So let's go to this app sidebar, and here I'm going to say constant free message count comma set free message count is equal to use state, and then over here we want to set that. So we'll say set free message count or result dot data dot remaining. I will just copy this remaining token, right? So field name is remaining token, so that's what you have to get it. Perfect. And once you have this count, obviously over here where we have the footer, right, you need to show in the progress bar. So we have this free plan progress bar, so I'm going to use that. So we need to pass to this user credit progress. So I will add it as a remaining token inside this, make sure to accept it as a remaining token, and over here we'll pass this remaining token. But for the progress bar you have to calculate that. Okay, so basically you have to add remaining token divided by 5 into 100, and also we have to make sure, because the message we write is 5 message used, so here we need to do the 5 minus remaining token because we are providing maximum 5 message. Over here as well we need to do like this. Okay, but don't forget to first wrap this, so it will execute 5 minus remaining token divided by 5 into 100, and also we have to deduct everything. Okay, and now if I refresh it, you will see that I did not use any message, so that's the reason it will show the complete progress bar, means I just use 0 message from the 5 messages. Okay, perfect. Now the next is as soon as we send a message, it should deduct from the ArcJet bucket, right? So basically for that one we'll go to the AI multi-model, and that's where we need to make an call. Okay, but before that let me do one more thing, because we have to restrict user before sending any messages. So to do that you can simply go to the chart input box, and here you can deduct and check token limit. Okay, inside the handle send. So I will copy from the logic from the app sidebar because we already have, right? So I will copy this as it is for now, and here we have the remaining token count. So constant will say remaining token is equal to remaining token. Okay, and obviously first it execute this one, it will check the remaining token, and it will say if remaining token is less than equal to 0, then we'll return next. Oh, we just return nothing, but you can show the toast message or console limit exceed. Okay, like this, and save it. But if not, obviously, So over here, instead of get, I will make this post again, okay, because that was the correct way we implemented initially. Okay, it doesn't matter on your implementation, okay, only thing that we have a you use get for this particular endpoint, just make it post, everything will be as it is. Next, for inside this chart input box, okay, if you are sending the token, okay, to deduct how many token need to be deduct. So in this case, let's say you want to deduct one token, then you can write token 1. Now another important thing, this particular logic we need to call only when there is a user is a free user, okay, call only if user free, okay, if user is on free trial, then only we need to call this particular method, and that's the reason I'm passing this token as a 1. Now inside the route, we are going to simply take from the response body. So here we have token await request dot json. Now whenever there is a token, so if we'll say if token, we are going to simply call this, and over here we'll call same thing. So I will copy this, we'll paste it here. Over here obviously I will pass a token value, okay, and over here it will check if decision dot is denied, then we'll return next response dot json, and inside this we'll pass error, too many requests, or you can write anything, okay, and also you can pass remaining token as decision dot reason dot remaining, something like this, okay. Otherwise you don't need to make any changes on your previous implementation, okay. So here it will check, if it's denied then you need to return, otherwise you don't need to do anything. So here we can just pass next response dot json, we'll say allowed, int allowed to true, okay, and you can pass the remaining token as well. Perfect. Now inside this chart input box, obviously it will check if the remaining token is less than 2, or maybe you can write something like this, then it will say limit exceed, and I think that's all we needed, okay. I think let's save this, and let's take this out. I will just check everything is correct over here. Perfect. I will go back, and I will also open an inspect panel, the network tab, so we can observe the call as well, okay. So I will click new chart, I will refresh this, and over here we'll say hi, just send this message, and now it started. And over here if you see for the remaining message, now it's saying you have 4 token available, okay. Now if you see another message hello, right, so it's checking remaining token and then it making the request, and in this case you will see now we have the remaining 3 messages, okay. Obviously you can type anything, okay. I just want to fulfill the remaining token. Right now I still have 1 token remaining, and I think there are one more. I think that's all I have, right? If you see now I don't have any token remaining, and that's the reason I'm not able to send any message. And not only that, but inside the console it's saying limit exceed, right? So in that case obviously you can show some kind of toast message saying the limit exceed, right? So for that one, let's go to the chat CN. Inside that, search for this sonar, which is nothing but the toast message. This is how the toast message will display. In order to use it, first install this chat CN component, and once it is installed, you need to go to the root layout and you need to add this toaster component. So I will go to the layout file, which is our root layout. Simply add this toaster component, and then you can just make a toast message call. So inside our chat input box, when the limit is exceed, you can just write toast dot error saying maximum daily limit exceed. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back, refresh the screen, and then we'll say hi message. Right now if you see, we have five message used. If I send this one, nothing is happening. Okay, but if you see, we got this maximum daily limit exceed warning message. Beautiful, right? So that's how you have to uh, limit your daily messages with the help of ArcJet. Okay, this is not only limiting through this API endpoint, but it also gives us the how many tokens are remaining. Okay, now one more last important thing, that in real time we need to update these messages, but obviously we need to make sure inside the app sidebar this get remaining token message will get called. Okay, now to do that, simply you can call this whenever there is change in the messages. Right now we are not using that context, but I will just copy it from the chat input box. If you remember, we have this adds selected model AI selected model context. Simply use that one, and whenever the messages changes inside the use effect, you can call this method. Sorry, this need to be here, and we simply call get remaining token message. Now over here, if you did not call, that's completely fine, and then save it. Okay, don't forget to import this use context and then AI selected model context as well. Okay, so right now obviously if I send hi, it started, but we already use five messages. Okay, so that's the reason it's not showing correctly this progress bar, but you can simply implement it once, because for testing purpose I just updating this every 5 seconds of interval. Okay, if I change this one, then most probably it will show the correct messages. After making all the changes, I'm going to push all of these changes. So we'll create a new branch from the GitHub repo, and here I will name it as a free trial limit messages. Okay, click enter, and then stage all the files, give commit message free trial user, and then say commit. Now once you publish the branch, go to the GitHub, and inside the GitHub you can create the pull request. Now CodeRabbit will take care of reviewing your PR, and then if there is any suggestion, then CodeRabbit will add a comment on your code as well. Now in this chapter we are going to mainly focus on payment subscription pricing model, where we are going to set up a clerk subscription. As you know that clerk provide you billing feature where within just one line of code you can easily add a pricing table. Okay, and we want to add a model, so on a click of this upgrade plan, it will open the model and where you can subscribe to any of the paid plan in order to do the unlimited conversation with an AI models. Okay, now in order to implement it, first simply go to the clerk. We already added the authentication as we already have the application ready. So go to the dashboard and make sure you selected the correct application. Currently you are in development mode, but once you publish your application, you can just change this to production mode as well. Okay, so you can create a production instance. Now inside this you will find an option called configuration. Go to the config and then under the billing section click on setting option. Inside that, for first thing you need to do is to create a plan. So click on create plan. Automatically it will add one free always plan as well. Okay, so inside this you can create a multiple plan. Inside the free plan you can add some descriptions. Currently it's publicly viewable and the app feature. Okay, so here we'll say 5 daily messages. Okay, or we can add limit 5 daily messages, create this feature. Then we will add another feature that premium model disable. Then we will add another feature called chat GPT and Gemini available. Okay, so like this you can use this feature and simply save it. Now once you add this feature you will see how it looks on the pricing table. But before that, after adding this plan, I will go back and I will add another plan, and which is unlimited plan. So I will name it as unlimited plan. Then you can enter the base price as well. So here for example let's say 7.99 or let's say 9.99, and if you user buy annual discount then he will get just for 7.99 per month. Okay, now the most interesting part about this, recently Clerk added this free trial option. You can enable this free trial and you can give the free trial. For example, you can give 3 days of free trial and automatically Clerk will charge for the customers, okay, after trial ends. So that particular feature also you can add it. Okay, it's a completely optional, but if you want you can add. Now inside this you can add new feature. So over here we'll say unlimited AI conversation / messages. Then we'll add another feature, access to premium models, create features. Then we'll add 24/7 email support, create feature. So like this you can add as much feature you want and then save it. Okay, now if I go to this configuration under the setting tab, okay, under the billing setting tab, now you can enable the billing because you already have two plan created. One is free and one is paid, right? And once you enable the billing, you will see two options. One is the Clerk payment gateway and other is Stripe account, where you can directly connect with the Stripe account, which is completely optional. And simply click on read billing guide. Here you will find how to integrate that into your application. Now once your billing is enabled, you can see the subscription plan under the subscription plan option. Anytime you can create a plan or you can disable the plan, okay, which you can manage it from the Clerk dashboard. And from this documentation, I will put the link in the description, you will learn how to add this plan as well. So over here simply you just need to add one line of code called pricing table and that's all. Okay, so I will copy this, and obviously we need a model in order to add this plan. So what I will do, I will create a component called pricing model.jsx, and inside this I will add a default template. Now for this model obviously we want to use a Shatsian dialog component. So go to the dialog, copy this npm command because we need to install that inside our application. Then copy this import statement, paste it here, and then copy this dialog code, we'll paste it here as well. Okay, and then save it. Now for the dialog trigger is nothing but to open this particular dialog, right? So for the dialog trigger you can pass a children, something like this, and you can use this children to open the dialog, right? Now inside the sidebar we already have the upgrade plan button, right? So basically we'll use a pricing model. This is our dialog, and inside this I will pass the button component as a children for this pricing model. It means this children comes over here and then it will go inside this dialog trigger in order to open this dialog. Now let's test this out. So over here, if I click on this upgrade plan, so you'll see the it's opened the dialog. Okay, now over here you can even wrap it inside the div if you want. I don't know why the width changes, but you can give the full width, or maybe we already have full width over here, or here as well you can mark the full width, something like this. Okay, now after that I will give the title as select or upgrade plan, and inside this description section you can simply add pricing model, pricing table from the clerk Next.js. See, and then save it. Now if I go back, click on this upgrade plan, you will see these two plans. You can even increase the width. So for example, if I give the minimum width to, let's say, 4XL, and that's how it look like. Beautiful, right? Now you have two options. One is the free plan, which is the active one, and the unlimited plan, where you can start a 3-day free trial as well. Okay, but if you don't want to give a free trial, simply go to the plan and then disable this free trial. Okay, once you disable, you will see that change immediately inside your application as well. Now if I refresh it, click on upgrade plan, and boom, now you have option to subscribe. Once you click subscribe button, you will see on the right hand side you have option to pay or enter the payment card. How cool it is, right? So that's how, guys, you have to add a payment gateway. Now there are a couple of things that we need to implement along with this pricing. Okay, now if I go to this documentation, if you scroll down, you will find that how to check whether user has a premium access or not, right? So we have to use this has method from the clerk Next.js, and then you have to pass a plan name, and we'll check if that plan has a premium access or not. Okay, so that's how you have to implement it. So simply at many places we have to restrict user, right? So for example, let me close this. Now when you send a message, right, here only we can check if user has a free access or not, right? Second thing, on the right hand side, now we don't want to show free plan if user is a paid. Okay, that will implement in a moment, but first we need to check this condition as well. So I will go to this AI in chart input box component, and we need to get user permission whether user has the paid plan or not. So in order to get it, you have to write constant has is equal to use auth. Okay, now from use auth you will get has method, and then if you see here, we have to use has something like this. So over here we'll say constant premium, or we'll say just say paid user is equal to, I will just check has, and then plan, and for the plan we need to pass this plan name. So let's go over here, copy this key is nothing but the plan name. Okay, make sure to use this, and then once you add that, you can check inside this condition. Right now obviously if it's a free user, then only we want to check this particular condition, right? So we can simply add condition if if it's not a paid user, right, then obviously you have to make a request. Otherwise, if it's a paid user, you don't need to go inside. Okay, as simple as that. Also go to this app sidebar, and inside the app sidebar, if you remember, we have this user credit progress, right? That also we need to show only when user is a free user. So I will copy this, I will add inside the app sidebar as well. Make sure to import this use auth, and then you can add the condition over here. We'll say if it's paid user, not paid user, then only show this. Okay, and what else we need it? Obviously you don't need to show this button. So I think we can add we'll wrap this in a div, something like this, and then wrap it. Perfect. And save it. Okay, so obviously currently it will show. Right now it's saying as is not a function. That's weird. So let's go to this app sidebar. Make sure you implement added this use auth. So we are getting this error because without having the user information is trying to get access and is not initialized. Maybe what we can do, we can just comment this and we can simply instead of this paid user, I will directly use this has unlimited plan. Same thing, I will do it inside the chart input box, and here as well let me put it something like this. Okay, and we'll see whether it is working or not. Right now if you see it's work, right, we don't have any error. Obviously you will see this plan because currently user is not paid user, and not only that but this is also disabled. Now let's do one thing, let's subscribe to the plan. So I will go to subscribe, I will subscribe this one, then we'll pay with the test card because we are in development mode, so you can test this feature as well. And then once I continue, I will refresh it, and now you will see the footer is gone, right, because you are a paid user. Not only that, but now you can even send unlimited message. Okay, no restriction. But obviously we have to fix this issue where we are still showing this button, right? Obviously we don't want to show that button anymore. So go to the obviously I will copy this, and inside this AI multi-model make sure to paste that, because here as well we want this. Make sure to add this use auth, and we want to use this condition to remove that button. So if you see we have this upgrade to unlock button. So over here we'll add and as not an unlimited plan. Let's save it, and now if you see it's gone. Perfect, right? Obviously there are some places we also disable this. So over here as well we'll add and condition, and over here else we need to add, I think, for a switch as well, and save it. Right now if you see I can enable any of them or I can disable it as well. Let's send the message. Still message is not going, right? Maybe let's refresh and let's try this out again. And here as well obviously we need to add a condition. So I will wrap this in a medium or has the unlimited plan. Okay, if either of these condition met, then I think we need to show, and once you add this condition I think it works. See, now I send this message hello, and it's sent to all of them. See, okay, everything obviously we are sending just hi hello, so you might see a similar kind of response, just two line, you can write anything. And if you see we have some different messages as well, right? Now this one has different message, this one obviously it's a AI, so and we did not ask a very complicated question, so might see the similarity, but all of this text is different from each other. Okay, perfect. So if you have any question until this point, let me know in the comment section. Obviously it's not returning anything for this particular AI model because we disable this one, and obviously once you disable those model, only model which is enabled will get from that AI model, only will get the response. Okay, so that's how easily we integrated this multiple AI model feature and we build this SaaS application. Not only that, but we also learn how we learn to upgrade the plan. Now in next chapter we are learning how we are going to add a profile page. Okay, and I will definitely suggest you to guys, you can make sure to log out. Okay, you can even manage the subscription. If I go to the subscription, here you will find the user subscribe, but if you want to test, you can go to the setting and then cancel this subscription. Instead of cancel, you can just end this subscription. Okay, once you end, obviously user will come back as a normal user and not a paid user. And if you see now again it started with the upgrade plan and everything is come back. Okay, so that's how you can test it locally with the help of clerk billing feature. Now the next is obviously we need to push all of this code. So let me close all of this tab for now and go to the source control, create a new branch, and I will name it as a 12 dot. So we'll say subscription pricing. Click enter over here for paid user. We'll make sure to add all of this stage, commit the changes and publish the branch. Once you publish, I'll go to the pull request, we'll create a pull request and then simply merge it once the CodeRabbit done with their review. Okay. I also added a setting profile page where on the click of this setting button, it opened this profile setting page. I already developed, so you can find it inside the source code. It's very straightforward. At the top section, I'm showing this email and username option. Okay, just I'm displaying that one. No action, no any special operation we are doing. Over here, same thing to toggle the switch for the theme. Okay, so that's the same one we are using over here on the sidebar. Next is the chart AI model preferences. Currently, if you see whatever the AI model list we have, we are displaying that one, and whichever is enabled, we are also showing that option. Obviously, these are some disabled because these are the premium one, and that's the reason I'm not able to switch it. But once you upgrade the plan, then you can able to update that as well. At the bottom, we have this free plan. Obviously, whatever you saw on the app sidebar, same component we are implemented on this profile setting page as well. Now, when you disable any of this option, you will see this push notification saying preference updated, and immediately it will reflect everywhere because it is updating into our database. Now, if I go to the new chart, you will see the Gemini is now collapsed. Okay, so that's how it works. Now again, if I go to the setting, I close all of these. Okay, and then I will go to some of the option, and now if you see, only deep sync is enabled because that's the only one is enabled. But if I enable all of them, now you will see I can see everything. Okay, so that's how we implemented and made sure that it's updating everywhere. But once user is subscribed, then automatically this lock icon will go away, and then user can also enable this option. And obviously we are not showing this component because once user is upgraded, there is no sense to update this particular section. Now, one more important thing, if you want to add the next feature inside this page setting, is a user profile component from the clerk. Okay, so over here, if I add this user profile component from the clerk Next.js, you will see the magic. It will add very beautiful component by the clerk, and if I scroll down, this is how the component will look like, where you can manage the billing directly from this particular section. Obviously, I have a profile section and everything, but to manage your subscription, you can do it from this page as well. Okay, so this is one of the clerk component that you can implement it directly into your application without implementing any code. If you want to get the source code of this profile page, which is available in my source code, the link is in the description, or simply you can go to the tubegurji.com, where you will find on all the exclusive courses and the source code for each of my project. Okay, and you can get the access to all of these projects just $15.99. There are a lot of special discount for the members on many premium projects. Okay, many of them are free for members, but some of the projects are discounted up to 90%. So simply go to the tubegurji.com and get access to that. Now it's time to deploy our application on the cloud so that you can start your own SaaS business. Now, obviously, once you deploy your application on the cloud in the production, you can share this project with your friends and family. We already push all our code to the GitHub, and for each of the chapter, for each of the feature, we added the branches as well. Okay, obviously if you want to get access to the GitHub, you can send me the email. If you are a member, then only will get an access to my GitHub project. Okay, Now, very first thing you need to do, simply go to the Vercel. Vercel is a cloud service provider. Okay, you can deploy your Next.js application. Inside this, you can create a new project. The best way is free to use. Okay, and once you click on create project, make sure to connect your GitHub account. Then you will see your project name. Simply click import. After that, uh, it will automatically detect the framework, which is the Next.js, and expand this environment variable section. Inside this, you need to add the environment keys. So simply go to the .env file where we have all of this environment key, copy this environment key and simply paste it here. It automatically assign the key and their respective value. And then at the last, click the deploy button. Within a minute or so, it will deploy your application on the cloud and it will assign a Vercel domain. If you want to connect your own domain, you can even connect your own domain by adding your domain name and the DNS setting for that domain. Now if you see, it started building the logs, then it will install all the dependency, and then your application will be ready on the cloud. Now another important thing, if you get any error while deploying the application, just check the build log and then fix that error and push the changes to the GitHub, and automatically it will trigger the deployment for you. And boom, if you see, our application is live, and here this is our domain. Inside this AI Fusion Lab, you will see our application is in live mode. Pretty cool, right? Obviously over here you have to sign up in order to get started, and everything is in the production mode. Now currently our clerk is in the development mode, right? And if you want to make the production instance, you just need to click on create production instance, click continue. But most important thing, you have to give the application domain name. You cannot provide a Vercel domain name, so you have to provide your own domain, and then you can just add the Google or GCP client secret key, and then you are good to go. Okay, so that's how you have to move your clerk to the production environment. Now if you have any question, any doubt throughout the project, you can always ask in the comment section, or you can ping me on the Discord channel. We have great community of developers on the Discord where you can check it out. Still, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. Don't forget to press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update from me, and press like button. Comment in the comment section with a good message, guys. Okay, and I will love to come with a brand new ideas. So we'll see you in the next video.